Ninth Board of Education work session. We have 3 different areas that we are going to conduct business with respect to. So first at 5, we have Finance and Operation. This is rescheduled for March 2nd, which will be followed by Educational Support at 6 and Student Achievement at 7. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to our chairperson for the Finance and Operations Committee, board member, Ms. Paulette Woods. Ms. Woods, the floor is yours.
Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Finance and Operations Committee meeting. And we do have presentations on our budget processing from our CFO. The budget is very important, and our community members like to know how they can participate, what's going to happen. They want to know how their budget dollars are going to be spent, and we want to give you a lot of that information today. We have our new superintendent here today, and I would like to give her an opportunity to welcome and say whatever she'd like to say. And then Mr. Pritchard, it will be your time to present. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited. This is my first official board work session where I am serving as the interim superintendent. And, you know, I'm hoping that you will allow me for 3 minutes to start just a new tradition of us really focusing on the hard work that happens in our schools with our students. I'm very student-centered, and I know that you all are also. And this past Saturday, Burgard High School had a wonderful program, and they sent the video to me. It's only 3 minutes long, but I would really like to share with you all that video so that you can see the good work that's happening at Burgard. And so for most of our meetings, I'd like to open up by sharing something that's really student-centered or teacher-centered, something that's happening really good in our schools. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to ask Admir to cue up the video, and we will start it.
This is what we spend our money for, educating our children.
Thank you.
Good morning, Burgard faculty, staff, students, and families. This is Assistant Principal Johnson coming to you, just giving you a review of our activities that occurred on our Saturday Academy, Saturday, March 5th here at Burgard High School. We're very excited to host many vendors on Saturday, March 5th, and March is Women's History Month. So we were celebrating women on March 5th. We had parents and students who participated in our welding shop. We had many students who came out this particular Saturday, and they participated in the welding shop, creating many sculptures and exhibiting their talents in the welding shop. We also had the Buffalo Rowing Club as one of our vendors who came out. And I was the first one who jumped on the rowing machine. It's a wonderful physical activity to keep yourself in shape. We were fortunate enough to have a chef that came out on Saturday, March 5th, and she did 2 demonstrations for our parents and students, and the dish was Tuscan spinach pasta. So she gave the demonstration, she prepared the meal, and she served it to all of our staff, students, and faculty here at Burgard High School on the 5th of March. She also shared a wonderful recipe to take home to your families to share this wonderful, healthy meal. Each and every Saturday, we have jewelry making. So we had jewelry making. We had a wonderful game room that we were able to share some wonderful games that you can take home to your families and have family game night in your homes. We couldn't be a Saturday community school without our Burgard gym activities. So we had basketball taking place in the gymnasium. We had yoga taking place in the weight room, and Zumba also taking place in the gymnasium. We're always excited about our food breakfast and lunch. On this particular Saturday, they had wonderful pizza and salad. We had many of our young people who participated in the Creative Mini Book activity here this past Saturday. We're just so very excited about the 2021-22 version of Saturday Academy School here at Burgard High School, and we're looking forward to our next school year. Our next Saturday Community School will take place on Saturday, March 19th, 2022, and we want to see you in the place. This is open to all families, your friends, the entire community. Once again, that's our Saturday Community School in review for Saturday, March 5th. This is Assistant Principal Johnson. We're very excited about our Saturday Community School activities, and we're looking forward to seeing you on Saturday, March 19th. We are Burgard Strong.
Thank you, Whitney. That was just amazing. You know, I've always been one that feels that all learning does not necessarily happen traditionally in a classroom with paper and pencil. There are all kinds of diverse ways that our children learn. And I just want to say to the wonderful leadership over at Burgard, Charlene Watson and her assistant principal, Eric Johnson, that they did a spectacular job. To our associate of school leadership, Toya Wilson, good work. And so thank you. Thank you. I see that board member Belton Cotman had her hand raised.
Well, I just wanted to agree with you 100%. I was able to visit Burgard and had some of that fantastic Tuscan shrimp. And I'm telling you guys, I told them I'll be back on the 19th for part 2. And I want to take the jewelry class. So I want to thank the district for opening up that school. We've had some great participation over there. Principal Watkins and Vice Principal Johnson are doing a phenomenal job. I can't think of the other vice principals, please forgive me, but I want to thank you for doing that. That community needed that. One thing I like to share with our parents is that the parents were able to participate in the welding. And so we had parents on looking to see about how welding, what goes on with the welding experience. So it's an opportunity for parents to enjoy themselves. And we had quite a few parents in there. So I'm very proud of what's going on at that school. Thank you so much for doing that for that community.
Thank you. Thank you. So now as we move into our Finance and Operations Committee meeting, I want to share that diversity, inclusion, and equity are all things that have to lead how we are building and approving our budget. It's very important. And I had a great meeting with our Chief Financial Officer, Jeff Pritchard, and he agreed. He's on board with that. And so I'm pledging for myself and for our team that we'll be working very closely with the community to address issues of, violence and trauma that we are seeing, and see how our budget can support addressing these issues. So I believe we moved this presentation from last week to this week. And so now at this time, I will turn things over to our committee chairwoman, Ms. Paulette Woods. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to have a presentation from our illustrious, very capable CFO, Jeffrey Pritchard, to walk us through monthly schedule, the events for the budget process, and also a report on our American Rescue Act funds that community is very interested in how they can participate, get programs funded. So Jeff, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Woods, and thank you, Dr. Williams. Admir, it looks like you are. Yep, thank you for putting the slide presentation up. There's really two main topics to talk about today. So the 2022-23 budget process and timeline update, and then our ARP-ESSER strategic spending update. And these two things they're linked together, and really in the months ahead, as we get beyond this general fund budget process, they're going to become even more linked. So that's why it's important to talk about them together. So if we could please go to the next slide. This slide is actually, because we had a 1-week delay in this presentation, I did actually add this slide in as a new slide from what we had last week, just to recap where we were, because it's been a month since we've talked about the budget. And at the last Finance and Operations Committee, we talked about Governor Hochul's executive budget proposal. And that includes a statewide $1.6 billion increase in foundation aid. That's the year 2 of the foundation aid phase-in. It also includes a $0.5 billion increase in other expense-based aids. And those two together, that's $2.1 billion, is primarily the bulk of the increases in the executive budget proposal for education. And those are in line with really what we would have asked for. These are great. The district itself, so BPS is set to receive $31.4 million in additional aid as of, that's from the governor's proposal with the calculations then, $31.4 million or a 3.6% increase. And that's in line with our 4-year financial plan. So when the state adopted last year's budget, they put in legislation that spoke to a 3-year phase-in of foundation aid. And what that will do is that it will actually allow some level of predictability in foundation aid that the district receives. It may cause some volatility, meaning it could go up or down depending on our student counts, but ultimately it's based on data that we can predict and project from. And because they're phasing it in over 3 years, this next fiscal year will be basically half of what is remaining to be paid in terms of the historical shortfall. And then the year after will be the remainder, and then we will be fully on foundation aid. And we've been asking for this for several years. So this is, again, this executive proposal follows along with very closely with what the legislature did last year. The superintendent budget kickoff memo, that's sort of our official start to our budget process. That was issued on February 2nd. And along with that, school-based budgets and then departmental budgets are released. So school-based budgets go to the SDMTs at the schools, departmental budgets go to the central office departments. We use the month of February and then a little bit into March for them to actually do their budgeting. Now, one major change this year in the school-based budget is that as part of the ARP ESSER funding, we included in the school-based budgets an $18.7 million allocation of funds for the schools, and it was allocated to each school based on the student weights that are in the New York State School Budget Transparency Law. And what that does is that actually looks at your students and says certain students have higher needs than other students. For example, special education students, students that, multilingual students, English language learners, students with free and reduced price lunch. So those were metrics that have been established by the state, and they use that in the school budget transparency law that we have to report against to essentially monitor how our school budgets align to their independent calculations. So we made the decision that this $18.7 million will be allocated to the schools using those weights. So each school has an allocation in their school-based budgets based on this, and that's part of what they will budget with. Additionally, there are centrally allocated things from departments that will also be in school-based budgets, and those departments will be including those in the school budgets as well. And then finally, just for everyone's knowledge, within the district's website, there is the finance page. And on the finance page, I try to keep current with all the documents that we have outstanding. So any presentations that we have, links to materials related to the budget, everything like that, we try to keep up there and current. So for example, this presentation will be there probably tomorrow morning. So we'll have all that stuff, all those materials. So anytime you may want to look at budget stuff, you can go to the budget site. One more little thing to add as well. So that $18.7 million allocation, that's really meant to be instructional, and meaning that the intent of this is not that schools would, for example, be utilizing that for security or facility related things. Those really are central allocated things. So these funds are really meant for student classroom, student support, and things like that. So that's really meant for that. Other required budgetary spending in schools that may not go through the school-based budget, that needs to come centrally. So it's not the intent to use this for things that need to be allocated centrally. Can we go to the next page, please? So our process starts in December and it really goes through May. The remainder of the timeline is as follows, that you can see on this slide. In February and through March, there'll be extensive lobbying by our board members, by staff, and I would say 5 other organizations trying to get certain legislation passed, and also additional aid for the district. So even though we've gotten substantial increases in aid, there are still some areas that we're in need of. There are certain areas where costs are growing faster than the revenues and so forth. So that continues to happen. Now, taking a step into a little bit into our ESSER programs, during March, we're actually going to be entering into our munis budget, a budget projection for the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 budgets for the 2022-2023 years. So right now, our departments are able to spend everything that was included in the budget for this current fiscal year, 21-22. We're actually going to be loading all of the, and these are all from the state approved plans, next year into that as well. And that's going to tie in a little bit later, as we continue through our budget process. Departments in the schools and the SBMTs will be submitting their budgets. Many already have. There's some that are still working on them. And now there's a process here. So, there'll be school-based budget meetings. There'll be cabinet and interim superintendent meetings. I will be working very closely with Dr. Williams in terms of reviewing all of this data. I've not looked at any of this data yet first. We let departments, we let schools, we let all these folks, utilizing the procedures and policies we have in place, do their budgeting. If there are gaps that they see, additional needs that they have, that comes as part of the budget as well. And again, I will be working very closely with Dr. Williams to review our budget, to review sort of the historical tie-in, to review the data, and to make sure that it aligns with where we think we need things to go. This really is done, and this is done kind of at our level to make sure that hopefully by the time the board actually sees some of these reports, that you can feel assured that we have done our due diligence and hopefully addressed concerns and things like that. And obviously diversity, equity, we know the needs that our student has. So we will be focusing very heavily on that in the coming weeks. And obviously we have time. It's early March, and there are a couple months left to play in the budget process. When we get into April, by April 1st, the state budget should be adopted. Typically, in prior years, there was a slight bump to our state aid. There's probably a handful of things that will work to our benefit in final legislation and or additional aid in certain areas that we've been specifically asking for. Adjustments to departments and school budgets and ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 may be necessary. So that really is pointing out that once we know where our revenues are, sort of at a finalized level, then we kind of have all the information we need to know how we're going to close this out. And we're very hopeful based on preliminary numbers that we have, based on, the state and federal government have been very good to us over the last year, that we feel we'll be in decent shape. We'll know in early April. We'll be able to use that information to help kind of really wrap up our budget. The next Finance and Operations Committee scheduled is April 6th. That's with all the committees. So at that point, we hope to have certainly a good update on our aid numbers, presuming that the state aid and the state budget has been adopted, and hopefully an overall on where our budget is. And within the month of April, I have this highlighted in green and another one further on. These are board actions that are needed. So we have to provide a draft budget to the board. We have to have a balanced 4-year financial plan to the board for approval and submission to the control board, to the BFSA, by the end of April. That's in statute. So we have to submit that to the city, and it goes with the city to the control board. So by April 20th, we will have shared with the board a balanced 4-year financial plan. In the first year of that financial plan, it may not be completely finalized, but the first year is the 22-23 budget. And then in May 4th, I believe, is the scheduled Finance and Operations Committee. Typically in May, there are other additional committee meetings scheduled to go over the budget. So it's probably too early to schedule those right now, but those generally do need to be scheduled to go over all the data that we have. And May 18th is the date that we would want to have our budget approved by the board. That allows us to load the budget in, allows us to actually have the department start entering requisitions, and getting contracts set and moving forward, starting the next year as soon as we can. So we're ready when the next year starts. So that's really the timeline. I guess I'll go to the next page if I can. Just to recap, Edmund, can you please advance the slide? There it is. So again, I generally like to include just a little forthcoming committee meeting schedule and board meeting schedule. So April 6th, May 4th, that's really talking about the budget. In the next couple board meetings, just as quick FYIs for the board, there are 2 debt amounts that are that we can now refinance. The Municipal Bond Bank Agency, that's the MBBA. We expect to save $672,000 by refinancing. That's as of early March data. And that's a debt that was originally issued back in 2000, and there's $8.2 million. In April, the joint schools, and we've done, last year, we actually had a JSCB debt refinancing as well. This year, we have another one that is eligible for refinancing. We expect to save $4.8 million on a $76 million debt. So March 16th and then April 20th, on both of those days, there would be a board resolution authorizing, from the board authorizing us to refinance that's required in order for us to refinance and save those dollars. The JSCB debt, that $4.8 million, goes into the capital fund. The way the state law is structured, that on the JSCB debt, when we refinance, those savings, dollar for dollar, roll into the capital fund. And that's how we've funded the capital fund for really the last 10 years. Also, April 20th, 4-year financial plan, and then back out in May, the adopted general fund budget. And then we'll also have quarterly financial report and quarterly grants report, doing projections for the rest of the 21-22 fiscal year. So that's the budget update. Now, I don't know if there's any questions that we want to go over now, or if you'd like me to do our ESSER update and then do questions. Some of this obviously they do tie in with each other, but I'm happy if we wanted to take a break here for budget related questions.
Sharon Belton-Cotman, you have a question? Can you hear me? Hello?
We hear you.
Ms. Cotman, you have a question, and then Larry Scott?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yes, I have a question. So you talked at the beginning of your presentation about making sure that this budget includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. How do you expect to achieve that?
If the question is for me, that's largely working with Dr. Williams. You know, as we had our first meeting on the budget, you know, we spoke a bit about priorities. This is a new, you know, the superintendent is really the budget director for the school district. So we will be working very closely in terms of trying to get those types of priorities in. I'll explain, I suppose, that through the process where we have been, where we have come from, and what things look like now. But that's really going to be a collaborative process, and then obviously that then also will be discussed with the board.
Okay.
And so a couple of things.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
A couple of things that I would like to see happen. Every school has a site-based management team that's inclusive of the staff, parents, students, and some even have community members. And so I would like for them to have, you know, a say in some of what is happening in their schools. And in addition to that, I think it's important for our community to know that we have these dollars available and to see, you know, inform them of what they need to do if they bring an expertise or can bring an expertise to the district to support the work that we're doing. You know, they have to know that we have this available and how they can qualify to apply to support us. So I'll be doing some of those things.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. So my concern is that, and you're going to get into the next slide I see where you start talking about the ESSER money. But my concern is the distribution of resources, how some schools get large resources, for example, to move children to the next level. We're aware that 5 instructional coaches have been provided. But when we have the schools that are receiving the children who are not at par, we don't see the same sort of type of support. My other concern over the years has been some schools have more teacher aides versus assistants. In the schools where the children need the most resources, we don't often see the teacher assistants, we see teacher aides. When we look at the special ed formula, we see that some schools or some districts have more special ed children of a certain type versus that. So for me, when we start talking about equity, I feel that we should make sure that our principals get an opportunity to at least start at an even playing ground. You know, an even playing ground does not exist, or a foundation does not exist because you give them the same amount of money. And you're using that weighted formula, which there's nothing new about using that weighted formula. But in the past, what has happened is that schools where children have come in, the data has not been used. So I would appreciate if we could start using our own data to determine what type of supports our schools need. I think that's when we start really looking into what equity looks like. If I have a school where the children are not excelling, they have low reading scores and things like that, that each school's data be also used in determining the equity piece. And that's what my request is, Madam Superintendent.
Excellent.
Jeff, in regards to Board Member Cotman's question, each year in the budget, we have a contingency fund that has been set aside so that during the year we can address equity issues. Do we expect that this budget will have a contingency fund as all other ones have had?
So we typically have what we refer to as a superintendent holdback every year, and that amount varies from year to year depending on the overall budget situation. I don't have that number yet, but we make every effort to make sure that that exists in the budget. I think that's very important because there are always things that come up after the budget where there are additional supports that are needed. So I without being able to provide the calculation or know for certain what that looks like, we've felt comfortable going into the budget year with something like that, and in our preference is to continue to do that. So that's again another part of the equation as we go through this process.
So that makes funding available, that if the board decides that they have equity issues after they talk to their principals, their school-based management teams, they visit, they talk to the parents. If they have issues like that, we can have a special meeting, as we've had in the past, to put an equity overlay on the budget that the staff has recommended, because the board has the right and the privilege to say, these are problems, we see these problems, and this is what we'd like to recommend. And usually the superintendent has been cooperative of putting that on, because the board has significant votes in favor of it, because it's usually for most of our schools. So that, I believe, is something that will continue. And if need be, we can have that special meeting. Any problem or any difference with that? That's the way we've done it in the past. I don't see that changing this year either.
No, we go into the process very open-minded. You may find that perhaps some of the things that board members would like to be addressed, that as we go through this process, that they are addressed through that process as well. But certainly, that's why we have to have a lot of people looking at these budget numbers to make sure we're not missing anything. And, our process, it gets tweaked every year, but that process has been very similar for the last several years. So we don't anticipate, drastic changes right now.
Okay, I saw Larry Scott's hand, and there is a hand raised in City Hall. There are 3 people there, so I'm not sure whose hand is next after Larry.
Thank you, Chairman Woods. My question is pretty simple, but might not have an easy answer. So I'm already hearing from some of the schools that they are recognizing that they have the ability to add staff and supports given the additional funding that's being provided. But there's concern, as we've seen all along here in Buffalo Public Schools, in other school districts and nationally, and in other industries as well, that it's going to be a challenge to actually find the staffing for all those positions that we can fund. So is that being discussed? Are we concerned that we may not be able to fully staff some of the positions that are being recommended based on the shortages we have in staffing?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
sorry.
Jeff. No, go ahead.
Historically, over the last couple of years, you are right that, when we look at the data, we look at filled positions, there have been some gaps opening. In my communications with other districts in New York, Council of Great City Schools, that appears to be something that's going to continue. I know there's lots of things that we've tried to do here to recruit, things like that, but that is certainly a concern and something that we need to be cognizant of. That's going to require, probably a lot of effort to address.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, and I will just recognize too, I've seen in at least 2 papers a big ad with multiple positions advertised for BPS. So just being creative with any other ways we can get the word out that we are hiring, and we need good people to be attracted and stay here in Buffalo to work with our students. So thank you.
City Hall, there's a hand up. Can who has their hand up?
That's me, Chairwoman Woods.
Please continue. Please continue, Board Member Hurd.
Thank you for bringing this information up to the board and to our community. Also, I'd like to thank Governor Hochul for recognizing that there's more foundation aid needed across the state of New York, but bringing in $1.6 billion in over a 2-year period. And with the Buffalo Public Schools receiving a 3.6% increase, I would like for us to take a deeper dive into looking into our expenditures and addressing the concerns of diversity and equality. And with that, I would like to see what programs that the Buffalo Public School has invested in that works and what doesn't work. I would like to take a real heavy lift into looking to see how our programs are working in our schools, or what schools that they're at, and how effective they are by looking at our grades, our schools, and looking at the information. We can use on dashboard, or we use information from the district itself with the principals from school to school, from our superintendent about what programs are operating in each and every individual school, what's our participation in the program. Also look at the attendance in those programs in those schools. Also look at the grade point average of our children, and see how we invest in our money, and in the future, how can we invest it wisely with this money, because we got more money coming. I hate to keep pouring money on top of programs that's ineffective. And by that April 1st deadline for the state aid and the budget should be adopted, I really think that we can really, start really looking into the past 3 years and seeing, what's our graduation rates and levels are in those schools and those buildings. And like I said earlier, who's participating in the programs, how effective the programs are, and how they're affecting our children. Are they getting better reading levels, math levels? Do we need to put more programs to assist those programs by putting better metrics in there with more personnel, just so that we can clearly, have a clear vision about our future and how we're going to recognize our expenditures and for success.
So one of the things that we are looking to do is do some asset mapping for each of our schools and see exactly what you're saying, what programs are in the school, and are the programs that are in the school aligned to the mission and vision that we have? And then finally, are they giving us any good outcomes for students? So it's been a couple of years since we've done the asset map, model for each of our schools to really take a look at what supports are in schools. Are there ELT programs like we just saw, for Burgard, the community schools model? Do they have, counseling programs in the schools? What is it that they have? And then we take a look at, for every single school, what's existing there. And we look at, is it doing what it is that the agency or the partner said should happen? Decreasing suspensions, increasing attendance, increasing academic achievement and outcomes. And so we are going to begin working on just what you just shared.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Williams. One of the reasons why I say that, because there's a heavy change in Buffalo. The direction and change in culture in Buffalo is really becoming on the trend towards more violence, more high school dropouts, more grade school dropouts. We have children that's disconnected from schools and disconnected from education. We have a heavier load of suicide or suicidal type students in the district in Buffalo. So I'm more keen in investing into programs to help assist these different challenges, and also to help with the heavy violent trend that's trending right now in Buffalo, and see what we can do to try to address those issues also. I know the district can't, address everything that happens in the city of Buffalo. We need help from our common council and the city and the mayor and community partners. So, but what we do inside our buildings, what we have in our building, we do have some kind of control and to try to find the means to help those students.
Thank you, Board Member Hurd. We do need to keep on schedule. So our CFO, if you could move to the ESSER funding, and so we can have some time for questions on that also. Jeff?
Okay. Yep, thank you. Admir, can you please advance the slide deck one? All right, and I'll go through this pretty quick. This is really an update largely that the board and the public has seen before. Again, the district's ARP ESSER plan is $289.6 million. It encompasses 2 grants that are under separate federal legislation. So ESSER 2, it's $89.2 million, which we can spend through September of 2023. That plan was approved by the Education Department in November of 2021. The ESSER 3 is $200.4 million through September of 24. The ESSER 3 also includes that set aside, the lost instruction time set aside, they called it, which works out to about $40.1 million. And that's largely being addressed through summer programming and some extended learning budget things, and we'd spoken about that at a prior meeting. This plan was actually just approved in final form by the Education Department at the tail end of February. So it was just last week, actually. We had the ability to start spending on it, but that final approval did not happen till then. Both of these applications and all the grant details are there in the ARP plan section of the district webpage. So if you had, that's the link that would take you there. And underneath each one of those is the full application for each of those grants. So there's more detail in those grant documents than there would be really in any other budget that you've probably ever seen outside of another grant budget. So it's very detailed down to the years, to the vendors, proposed vendors, not the final vendors necessarily selected, the amounts, the programs, the department that operates it. So all that information is in there. Community involvement, again, was the key to developing it and will continue to be. I should probably know this, but I don't. I'm not sure when the next round of meetings are, but that's probably something that will be coming up in the near term in terms of re-engaging with, just as we have with our board, this is where we're at and this is where we're going. If we could please go to the next slide, Admir. And again, this is just really at a high level to summarize it. You can see on there's 2 tables in there. On the right-hand side is that pie chart that you're probably very familiar with, that we tried our best to break down the budget into expanded EB instructional initiatives. That's really your classroom instruction in related items, and that's in the orange, the largest section. Information technology is in the gray. That obviously all primarily goes into the classroom. Student support is the yellow, and then COVID-related costs, operational costs, and that includes facility, security, any plant charges, transportation, anything central is in there. So that and those pie charts have kind of aligned pretty similarly throughout the entire process when we did it. And in many ways, when we would compare ourselves to other districts and so forth, would see kind of a similar breakdown. And I did collapse in things like benefits and so forth. They're allocated to all those charts, to those sections, just so I can keep the pie chart as simple as possible. On the left-hand side, you can actually see the 2 grants at the very top, and then the years. So you can see that again, we're front-loaded in the grant, and that's maybe a little bit of a misnomer because some of the spending is going to be encumbered on the front end, and it's shown when it's going to be encumbered, even though the actual spending might be in a subsequent year. There's an air handling project that was approved as part of this that's all encumbered in year 1. It's likely that a lot of the spending will ultimately be in year 2, and so forth. And in this, as we go forward, we'll start to, we will through the process start to make, start to propose revisions in conjunction with our overall budget. Now, a quick recap on the spending. I ran the reports as of last Friday, and we've spent in terms of expenditures, 24.5 million. I have in parentheses there December, where we had 16.8. Encumbrances and requisitions. So these are things that are not yet, we haven't cut the check yet, but we've got the commitment, we've got a contract, we've got the request in. That's 17.8 million. So those things, they start there, and then eventually they move into an actual expenditure when the check is cut, when the work is done and so forth. But these are commitments to spend, 17.8 million. So that's 42.3 million, a little over halfway through the school year. And that would be the biggest grant that we've ever had in an entire year. The largest grant that I think I've ever seen, Title I is in the upper 20s. So we've deployed a lot of dollars already. There are available funds remaining, obviously, in this year, and that will ramp up in the months ahead. Now, I had included and I know the board members had seen the handout. So there was a summary handout that I had prepared for and distributed to the board at the last meeting that tried to, over 2 pages, show a little more detail in the different functional categories of where the spending is. It's hard to take grants that have 6,000 individual line items in the budget and be able to show a report that can show you everything you need to see without really summarizing it. So we summarized it in alignment with the pie chart. So there's a color-coded header, and you can see the different functional areas within there, the budget, the actual spending, the encumbrances, and available budget. That data was as of February 28th. I have not updated it since, because it takes a little bit of work to get all the allocations and so forth in there. But that shows a detail essentially of sort of the spending that I just spoke to you about. Of here's the budget, here's the amount spent, here's the amount that's remaining to be spent. We will, and this is sort of our next level, is that as we typically do this time of year, we start getting very heavy into doing projections for the remainder of the year, and that's utilized to help identify, oh, here's an account that we're not spending on, or here's a position that isn't filled, or a contract that we haven't completed, and that helps to inform us where we might need to remediate some things, where we may find that we haven't spent the dollars, and then those dollars ultimately, as part of our overall process, which we're still developing, will be possibly redeployed for other purposes. Some things may just be delayed from this year into a subsequent year. And again, this is where things like staffing positions can sort of be identified, that if we have positions, they're posted, they're in the budget, they're not filled, we would identify them here throughout that, through that overall projection. So that, again, in a nutshell is where we are at. I would like to provide at least a small update every month going forward in finance and operations, in terms of where we are in sort of how this will all tie into our overall budget process and over the next couple of years. But that's the update as of today for our VESTA funds.
Thank you, our inimitable CFO. I have just a couple questions, and then we can go around alphabetically to each of the board members, and you can ask questions as you will. When we went and met with our legislative people, assembly people, they asked questions about the issue of attendance and our attendance having dropped. And I believe you gave us some information that appeared that we may have lost something like 2,000 students. The other thing the community keeps asking, and they bring it to our attention at the board meeting, is that for graduation purposes, they want to understand why our counselors, our children aren't receiving counseling as to what grade classes they've missed. Are they on track to graduate? So my question is to address the attendance issue and the counseling issue. Is that something that the 18.7 million that you're putting in the school-based budgets, is that something they can add a counselor, attendance teacher, those type of things to be more to find the students?
You know, I can let Dr. Williams speak to this as well, but I know that the attendance department, I believe, initially requested an allocation of additional positions as part of their ARP-ESSER request. Those dollars, like I was speaking of, that those dollars would have been allocated centrally. And I believe counselors might have been similarly done that way, but there are, you know, some of these things are provided possibly centrally, but schools have the option, should it be something that they believe based on their data that they need, you know, that they could certainly deploy dollars for any number of functions. The allowable uses of the ARP programming is very wide. It covers, you know, it really can cover from, you know, start to finish any of the instructional or support functions that are needed at schools. So that's kind of at a high level what I can tell you, but you know, others can speak more.
So we did add some school counselors to our year one budget, and we did add some attendance teachers also. And I know that Mrs. Younger and Mrs. Sanders are in the process of hiring those positions. They're posted, and they're in the process of hiring those positions.
And actually,
Okay.
let me add one more thing, Board Member Woods. The as part of the overall school-based budget allocations, we have adjusted to increase the allocation of guidance counselors at the elementary schools. That was one of the things that we really identified, that elementary schools, irrespective of their size, actually received the same allocation, which really wasn't appropriate.
Thank
and
you.
that's part of the school-based budgets. Now, what that means is that these schools will have that allocation in, depending on what it is that they need, taken care of as part of the sort of the baseline allocation. You know, they may choose to add more. They may choose, and then any other dollars they could use for something else. But that was one of the big areas that we wanted to look at this year, just to make sure that it was part of, not just in the federal funding, but really part of the overall allocation that will continue after our funding ends. So part of the actual formulas in the school-based budget process.
Okay, the only other question that I have, and then we can go to the other board members. The detailed information that you gave us for the covering the first year, the 124 million, under the category 4F, which is staff development, you had funding in 3 different areas under expanded EB initiatives of 1.2 mil, 1.061 mil, and another 5.5 mil. That was 6.5 million all in that one category, staff development. And then when I looked at after school, which is a category 6D, you had almost the same amount of money for the after school program as for the staff development. I just looked at that and said, my goodness, what's all this staff development to the tune of 6.5 million? And I don't know if you can address that now, but I do think that one of the special meetings will have to be to go over the budget and programs in this ESSER and American Rescue Act funds. So can you address why so much in staff development in your sheet? And this is only in the first year.
Yeah, well, let me, for one thing, that, you're seeing it in different areas because those different functional breakdowns have to do with where the dollars go. So if it's, if it's for development of it, or if it's for the actual, like the teacher staffing versus administrator. So that's why you'll see it in different buckets. But from my recollection, and we can certainly get more data for you on this, a lot of what we're looking to do with ARP funding is, to the extent possible, do it as early as possible, not necessarily wait till year 3, but start right away. So that's sort of an overall concept that we tried to incorporate into the planning for this. Unfortunately, I can't really answer the question on the items that are in there, but we can. But certainly we can probably circle back with more details. I just don't have that kind of at my fingertips.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, did you have anything to say about staff development? Any more to add a little bit?
Yeah, so that's something that I will have to sit down with our executive team and then take a closer look at the specific areas where there are staff development that's been allocated, and work with them to see specifically what the staff development is for, what the expected outcomes will be, and those kinds of things. So as I meet with the executive team, I'll be getting more information about that.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Okay, starting with alphabetically, Board Member Chair Belton Cotman, do you have any questions on the budget, the ARP funds, or the budget in general?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have two questions that were, or two statements that were sent to me by viewing audience, since we don't have a mechanism in place that they can reach out and ask their questions. One is a statement: please make sure parents are involved in the schools that they are actively a part of in planning the budget, not just signing off on. So that might be some area that we might want to make sure is happening. And then the next question, and I had caught this myself, is can the student support portion of the pie increase? So I'm a little confused because 20%, I'm trying to figure out when you said in this presentation that there was a 20% set aside under ESSER 3 for lost instruction time. But there also, my understanding was 20% I thought was supposed to be set aside for the most neediest children in the district. Okay, so is that the same money or is that different money?
Yeah, the only statutory item in there was really about lost instruction time. The neediest, I mean, that really encompasses all of the funding, but there was no specific set aside beyond that 20% that had to be in what the federal government defined as lost instruction time. And that's largely accomplished through summer learning, extended learning, other supports to catch students up. That's what that is. But it's not necessarily, it really should encompass all students, and all the funding should especially encompass the neediest students.
So I asked this question on the national forum, and I asked specifically how this should be addressed. And I was told at that meeting, I can't remember, but it was, I think, in August, that each district was supposed to take a look and see, in addition to what was going on, they were supposed to provide additional support. So I'm going to go back and see I'm going to have a revisit that conversation with what we were originally told, because my understanding is that we were responsible to take a look at the data, and in addition to that, provide additional supports. That was my understanding, okay, to the most neediest students. And I specifically asked that question in a forum that lasted all day. And that was my answer. But I will follow back and make sure nothing has changed, or maybe I didn't understand it, because I'm in trying to pull all this together. I am concerned that only 7% of this budget so far has been used for student support for social emotional needs. I think that there's a need, of course, I'm sure our superintendent knows this, to revisit and take a look at what type of supports. I am thoroughly convinced that this district cannot turn around without community involvement and community programs inside our schools. It is not enough to put a behavior specialist who at 5 o'clock leaves out the building and the kids continue to carry themselves on when we have community people. So I'm looking forward to having a conversation about opening up the opportunities for our community partners, and make sure that we get grassroots people involved in this. We have to start looking at this problem. These are cultural problems. We need the Asian community to come out. To this date, no one has said that we have an Asian problem. Everyone is assuming that that incident at McKinley happened and it was African American children, and it was not. We need to make sure that we start addressing with every group of our citizens their needs, and it's not happening. And so I'm looking forward to this piece of the pie growing, and I expect to see a 20% in there somewhere in the future, that 20% of this money, because it is a known fact that a lot of money comes into this district, but it does not make it to the children. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing that that's changed. I've reached out to the state. The state is interested in having a conversation with you, Dr. Williams, in regards to the ESSER funds. And I want to thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule today to lobby with us. For whatever reason, okay, you saw yourself personally how important that was to the senator, that you were there. It represents respect and it represents expectations. And he was very pleased that you took the time, and they are always very pleased when we take when the superintendent takes the time to spend time with them. And you can see you were well received. And I want to thank you, because one of the problems that we have is there appears to be some sort of a mentality out there that it's okay for the board members to come, but not the administration. And you saw today the impact of you being there. It goes a long way, and he's going to remember your face, and he's going to make sure he gives you everything that you need in order to move forward. So I want to thank you. I look forward to seeing your asset mapping in this. And I also would like to start focusing in our next meeting or whatever, we start focusing in on academics, so that I really would like transparency to happen, because what I do not want to happen is that all of our woes come at you down the road. I'd like to just get them all out the way so that you can have a clean slate and we can move forward. But I'm looking forward to seeing this budget process. I expect, I'll be honest with you, what I would really like to see is somehow or another in-school suspension room set up with social emotional supports in place. I feel we have enough money at this point to start visiting that and make sure that we get those community people inside the school that can help us. I'm not talking about the ones you've already talked about. I'm talking about the ones that can provide additional support for our young ladies and our young men. And we need to start looking at, we need our Asian community people to come forward at this point. We need to understand what we're not doing or what we can do better in the Asian community. We need to have that across the board in all of our cultural groups. And I appreciate you, for Jeff. I want to thank you for the work that you do on this district. I don't know if you often realize that you are appreciated. I know that you have a lot of weight on your shoulders, and we need you, Jeff, and we want to keep you and make you happy. So please make sure that you know that we appreciate you. Okay, Jeff? You know that, Jeff?
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Board Member Cotman. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, any questions?
I have a couple of statements and questions. So Sharon kind of took some of my thunder. Jeff, I want to thank you also for the stellar work that you do on a continuous basis. And I like the fact that you indicated that you would like to meet with us on monthly to give us reports. So I like that. Thank you. With the asset mapping, Superintendent Tanja Williams, I like that process as well. In line with what Sharon said about that 20% most neediest students, I heard that as well in one of these meetings. And I do think that when we talk about academic achievement, or student achievement, I should say, that the board last year encouraged and directed the superintendent, the former superintendent, to increase the lines for reading teachers, and he's done, and that was done. We would like to see how that process is going. Did it make a difference, etc. And that, I think that's just worthy of part of, when you're looking at resources in place, are they working? And also, along with that 20% neediest students, when we look at, some of the lower grades, for example, and looking at warning signs, kids who repeat grades, who have attendance issues, who are disengaged, etc. How are we capturing these students, in terms of the resources, etc. Because we know we got them. And so we need to find out where they are. Let's look at how, and you may be doing this already, I don't know, but how many students are we talking about, etc. So I think some of those dollars should be earmarked specifically for those kids, because when you capture these kids younger, what happens is it has a reflection on reduced dropout rates. We don't want to get kids, miss these kids. They're going through, we're pushing them through, and get to the 9th grade, they're going to drop out. They're going to drop out because they don't have the necessary grade level mindset, to move on. They get discouraged, so they drop out. That's just what happens. And certainly when they get in high school, we want them to be at 9th grade, reading on the 9th grade level, not on the 3rd grade level, for example. So that's my 2 cents. I think that 20% most needed students is there. I think we need to earmark dollars just for them. And then lastly, when we talk about the positions that's posted to be hired, guidance counselors and attendance teachers, do we know, do you have candidates, for example, that are in the pipeline that we're getting ready to hire? And if so, when is the expectation to hire these people? Thank you.
So the expectation would be, if they're in the pipeline, that it will be as soon as possible. We need them. I will meet with Ms. Younger and find out if we have enough viable candidates, and we begin holding interviews and make sure that, we want the highest qualified folks. And so we want them as soon as possible, because the needs are there. The needs are there right now. So I will find out.
Okay, board members, it's 6:14. So let's see if we can bring this committee to a close, not too long. So the next person would be you, Terrence Hurd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. I just have a couple of things while I'm on the floor just to ask questions about and to get an answer. So I'm going straight over to the budget status report, Mr. Pritchard. And one question I just want to ask, I'm looking at the line item for the lottery advance repayment, and I see that we have a number of $92,108. That's total for the year. That's the actual, and look like it may include the projected. Why is that value so low in the district this size in the state of New York, which I know that the community and others invest a lot more into a lottery program that's supposed to be given back to our education programs from New York State? And the last thing is that now that we adapted gaming here in New York State, I don't see a line item for gaming and the monies that we supposed to reoccur back for the district for that.
Okay, so the state of New York makes the decision every year how they're going to fund our foundation aid and all the other types of aid that we get. So when they come up with a number, or whatever that is for our aid, they make a decision where they're either going to use state general funds or lottery funds. So that's totally up to the state which funding source they want to use. So to the extent, if they use more lottery revenue, then they would reduce general revenue accordingly. So it doesn't exactly correlate between, you know, the different revenue or whether they use lottery or not and the aid that we get. So if more folks are gambling, that doesn't mean that we're going to get more lottery aid necessarily. It really is up to the state. And within the lottery aid, there is a commercial gaming component. So that's part of that overall lottery aid.
So has there been an increase since now that gambling is allowed in New York State for betting on athletic games? I mean, have we received an increase? Are we expected to see an increase on that?
No,
I see.
I would
wait.
see it next year.
Next year.
Yeah, we wouldn't know yet because those funds wouldn't really be available, I think, until probably the next year. And after the state adopts their budget, I think subsequent to the budget adoption, that's when they make the decision on how much lottery versus non-lottery revenues they'll allocate to us. So I would expect that we will find out next year. And yes, if that component is started and expands a great deal, we may see a higher component of lottery aid than general aid.
Okay, thank you. So they intertwine with the general aid and the lottery aid to balance it out. Okay, thanks for explaining that. Last couple of questions. It's not for you, Jeffrey, but it's some things I would like to see. You know, we talk about our school climate and we talking about how can we adapt to our students and their needs in today's age. We know a lot of our students not eating at home and they come to school just to eat breakfast or a lunch. So I know a lot of our schools have hot breakfasts and lunches that's served at our schools, but some still have cold meals that's served. So I'd like to see how can we adapt our budget to try to bring in hot meals to the needy students in poverty areas so that we can address those issues so they can have hot breakfasts or hot lunches. Another thing I'd like to see that we can address is our transportation issues, see what we can do. And I know in the suburban model in transportation, and as we roll out our modified unified sports program here in the district, it's transportation gaps. And I know some schools actually have their own bus for transportation. If we can find some way to help alleviate the stresses with working with our partners in transportation and adopt some more buses here for the Buffalo Public Schools to help with our transportation needs that can verbally go from school to school. I think that we can actually solve some of our own problems and some of our own issues. And with the transportation also, to use the budget to promote more bus aids over the summertime, and including that as substitute teachers. And the last thing I'd just like to say quickly was our pre-K programs. We don't have enough pre-K programs here in the city of Buffalo. A lot of our parents in the Buffalo Public Schools really send their children to school early, which is not really comparable to education and equality and equity. When we look at our suburban counterparts who children tend to go to school a year later for their programs. So we can advance and try to have more pre-K programs where children 3 to 4 years old can actually be in a pre-K program and not 4 years old going on 5 that's going into that's in a kindergarten program. I think that we can do a lot more with our educational values and as far as stress and education in our district and the children's ability to learn. So if we can really try to take a dive into that, maybe do some research and surveys, I think that we can go a long ways in education and also the mental health of our students. A lot of times we see kindergartens where kids are in classroom playing, they're not paying attention to detail for classroom and coursework and course studies. So that's because they're still young. And a year means a lot in nurturing it. So I'm going to close off now. I know we're short on time, so thank you very much. And if the superintendent would like to respond or anyone, please. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods.
Okay, go ahead,
Good
Superintendent.
points, all very good. And again, I will be working with executive level staff to see if, I can share responses with respect to transportation and, exploring hot meals, taking a look at what our data is showing, how many of our schools do not provide a hot meal for students, and seeing how and if, we're able to do some of the things that you talked about.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Williams.
You're welcome.
Next, Board Member Hope J. Do you have any questions on the budget or the ESSER funds? Board Member J?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, I don't have any questions, thank you.
Board Member Cozy, do you have any questions on the budget or the ESSER funds?
Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. Really don't have many questions. I just want to put my stamp on what I think should be reiterated often, and that is this level playing field mentality, this looking into resources before we just start handing out dollars, looking into what's necessary for schools. I actually agree with much of what Board Member Kottman was saying. I do feel, though, that when it comes to how we look into the resources, right, we need to work on making sure that we're educated as well as board members. I would like to, propose, if board members are willing, and you, Dr. Williams, that we sit as board members and really get to know everyone's district and the struggles that everybody is dealing in. All of our districts all have struggles that are very similar, but at the same time, there's a difference that we need to understand, because what's happening is, there is a serious gentrification issue in our city right now. And the most diverse district right now, which is the West District, a lot of the different cultures are moving into different areas of town. And the organizations and the people that we, are promoting to be a part of our work need to understand all of the different aspects that everyone is bringing to the table. And I myself, I'm not familiar with many of what's happening in my own district, because there's 80-something languages spoken in one school alone, what I mean? So if we can work together as a board and maybe have, I don't know if there's special meetings or different just kind of education pieces of what we are offering, how it affects certain communities, and then we can really start getting into how we talk to different folks, right? We're translating in like 6-7 top languages alone just to get information to our public. So that's a concern that I have, is that we make sure that we work together, especially with now this fantastic leadership. I feel like it's a brand new day, and we can really work together to make sure that we're all on the same page, at least how we go about communicating what is needed in our schools, because in the end, we're bringing it to you. And we're also expecting you to be able to work with your team, and instead of having like these fractured, everyone's coming at you with different things for their specific community alone, we can relate it to each other as well as what we need for our specific district. I see that it's very clear we're all dealing with similar issue, but at the same time, we all have hurdles of our own we know our communities are dealing with. And if we're going to really bring community to the table, we would be able to maybe get the communities to come together, and we can bridge some gaps. We have real opportunity to be able to bridge some gaps in our communities alone, how they communicate with each other, have people communicate with each other. A lot of times people don't know they don't cross certain streets and they don't know certain areas, and maybe we can, bring folks to a bigger, better Buffalo if we bring ourselves together on that level. So that's a huge thing that I would like to see happen, and I'm encouraging the conversation.
We can do that. We can do that.
Next, we have Board President Petruski. Do you have any questions on the budget for ESSER funds?
I do, Chairman Woods. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I just want to start making a comment about the hot lunches. It is my understanding that many of our schools are not running complete lines simply because there aren't enough food service workers. So I know that there's been a shortage of food service workers. I know there's been efforts to onboard some additional staff, but it's my understanding, because this has come up a few times in various schools and people brought to my attention, it's my understanding from looking into it, that seems to be the biggest obstacle, is the food service workers. We need more of them, and we need to get them employed. So hopefully we can work to address that. I just have one question for Jeff this evening. So you piqued my curiosity, Jeff, when you said significant spending ramping up in the months ahead. Is that for programs this year or for programs for next year? Is it both? And will any of this be for after-school programs?
It would be both, but what we've seen is that over the last several months, it takes time to get things moving. So if things have to go out to bid, that takes time for that. It takes time, to go actually to the board for authorization and contract, things like that. So, as we've looked at it, it kind of started the year slowly and started picking up. Now, yes, I think also in terms of multiple years, there are things that may have been contemplated to be spent in this current fiscal year that will start halfway through that may extend into the next fiscal year. So there'll be things like that. I can't really answer your question right now on the how far the ELT programs have rolled out. I know that they've expanded more than they were initially, but I don't have a great update that I could give you right now in terms of sort of how the ELT is. Someone else may be able to jump in and speak to that better than I.
I'm not sure if Chief Botticelli is on. Anne? Okay. I'll get back with you and share an update on the ELT piece.
If Dr. Williams, oops. I was on the last task force, after-school task force meeting that was last week, and we have another meeting scheduled. And there were supposed to be some more specific plans as to what's coming next for after-school programming at that next meeting.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That concludes my comments and questions.
And finally, we have Board Member Scott. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask about the ESSER funds or the budget? Wait a minute, did I skip Ann? Uh-oh.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, Board Member Scott, then Board Member Rivera. I'm sorry, Ann.
Go ahead, Dr. Rivera.
I just have one question, which is, it's a statement and a question. The statement is, I'm very interested in the asset mapping that you mentioned. I think that's an excellent initiative. What I'm curious about is if you foresee any way in which that asset mapping can feed into choices about the ARP ESSER funding.
Absolutely. So we're going to be taking a look at, again, what supports we have at schools, which is really data, social emotional supports, academic supports, and who the supports are supporting. Are they supporting the most needy children that are in every single school? And we want to take a look at, not only what is there, but what's happening. How often are they meeting with the children? Are they meeting with Fidelity? And what are the outcomes? And how long have they been in the buildings? And so, I think it's going to show us where there are gaps, and where there are best practices that perhaps can be expanded to other buildings. So I'm really excited about that also.
Thank you for that, because I think as several board members have pointed out, we have different cultures in different buildings and different sets of needs among different students. And being able to replicate our best practices, being able to identify what those needs are and tailoring how to support them is really the goal of the Art Besser funding. So I appreciate you using data to move forward with that.
Thank you, Board Member Rivera. My apologies. Board Member Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Woods. I'll be real quick because we have several presenters here waiting, and out of respect, I'll be quick. Just a comment and an announcement based on something that was shared earlier. Buffalo Public Schools is unique in this area, maybe much of the state, in that we provide full-day pre-kindergarten in all of our elementary schools with transportation provided. It was something that both my wife and I, for both my boys, thought was very advantageous for our boys when they went to full-day pre-K. And it's something that the suburban districts don't offer, with the exception of Kenton, that just began a small full-day pre-K program this school year. And we also will be getting, we will have a presentation in our next Educational Support Committee from David Rust on the potential of a 3-year-old preschool program. We have a 3-year-old program at Bennett Park Montessori, and we are looking at the potential of expanding that to other elementary schools. So that will be in our April work session, our Educational Support Committee work session. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Scott. I believe that was a priority in what when we were lobbying with our state delegation. Funding for the pre-K was one of the issues, and they did support it. Jeffrey Pritchard, thank you so much for your work. Superintendent Williams, thank you so much for your questions and support. That concludes the Finance and Ops Committee. The next committee is Educational Support, chaired by Board Member Terrence Hurd.
Thank you, Board Member Woods, Chairwoman. Great committee meeting today with our Finance and Operations. But right now, I'd like to move on to the Education Support Committee meeting. Move on to Education Support Committee meeting. The first thing I'd like to say, and I'd be remiss if I don't say it, is this is Women's History Month, so I'd like to celebrate all our women that sits here on the board and works in our schools and for the better of our children. So Women's History Month, you are history. You're making history every day you come to the board and fight for our children. So, and our superintendent, intern superintendent that was announced. So this is Women's History Month, so you guys make sure you celebrate yourselves as we celebrate you. Next, I'd just like to talk, and quickly, I'd like to just take my laptop and camera just to so everybody can take a look and see what's happening here. What we have here is a bunch of community members right now, community leaders and ministers that's here at the board meeting to talk about a program that they want to come and help with mentoring and counseling our children here in the Buffalo Public Schools. And we've been meeting with this group for a while now in all different facets to see what plan can we put together so we can have ministers and community members actually work with our children in our schools and our classrooms. So, this is unprecedented times that we're going through right now. And in public education, we've dealt with COVID-19, we dealt with social emotional issues with our children and our staff. We also experience traumatic experience with our students, and our students feel as if they're disconnected, from education. And through all the phone calls, text messages, and emails that I receive day and night, I think that right now it's time to change the narrative. I want to change the narrative, saying that we have a lack of community participation and lack of community members that exist in the city of Buffalo that don't care about our children and don't have interest or don't open their doors, to try to find and alleviate the issues that's in their communities. So as of right now, there also another narrative that goes around saying our parents don't, put enough interest in our children in the classrooms. Our parents are going through challenges themselves, as being the third poorest city in the country and of its size. And this district is really trying to find ways to help cultivate, these families, these children, and deal with the ongoing issues that our community deal with. So right now, after a lot of community meetings, dealing with ministers, we have ministers here that's over national programs, local programs, and also that's have children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren here in the city of Buffalo and in our Buffalo public school system. And we're looking for ways how to adapt mentoring programs, mental health, emotional behavior, bringing arts and physical activities to these children through programs. Also, which is big, it's one thing that I really want to say is that one thing I've been working on since I've been a board member is trying to find a way how to reach out to our fraternities and sororities. And right now we have one of our members here that's going to talk to you tonight about bringing sororities to help with our young ladies here that's in the Buffalo Public Schools. And this is really a way of bringing organization and acknowledging the big cry that we have in our district. So using the whole concept and also the whole school concept, with now I really like to call the whole community model. We look in ways how through expenditures for our $289 million that we have in our ESSER funds allocations, and how we can address it using community input, how it's meant to be addressed. So right now, I'd just like to go to a PowerPoint presentation. Amir?
Yeah.
First one, please.
The Breaking Barriers or CLP?
The first one,
CLP?
No, the one I gave you.
That's
the PowerPoint.
Yeah, CLP.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, that's
Mr.
CLP.
Hurd, Board Member Hurd, if I'm able
I'm sorry, forgive me. Forgive me.
It's okay. I just want to welcome the gentleman who will be presenting tonight, and to say that I do agree with you that, in today's times, it's going to require that we develop a collective voice to help prevent some of the violence and trauma that our students have experienced, and to create intervention services. So I just want to welcome them.
Okay, Dr. Tadrinos, I was going to have you come on before we go through the PowerPoint. I just want to get that done, but thank you again. It's not this one. It's the first one I gave you. The PowerPoint. This series.
Breaking Barriers? I mean, this is the first one I got.
It was 3. The one I gave you yesterday.
Okay.
It was 3.
Well, let me turn that off and then I'll find it.
Okay. I'm sorry. If you can just excuse me 1 second, please. While we get to the correct PowerPoint. Dr. Chandra Williams, well, I was going to give you a moment to speak anyway, but this group right here that we have right now, like I was saying earlier, are people that's invested in this community, and they want to try to find a way to, how can they work with our community members, our community partners, and also work with our parents in our community to how to try to bring our children back to us, how to get them involved in education and the stresses that they have from COVID, and also the stresses that they have, doing life struggles. We deal with poverty, we deal with a huge disconnect that our students feel that they're experiencing. So once we're able to get the PowerPoint presentation, we can move forward.
There's only one presentation on board docs.
Chairman Hurd, did you introduce your guest? Or did I miss that?
That's coming up.
Can you send it to him again?
So, how was everyone tonight? Welcome to the boardroom.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Any questions for me while we're waiting?
You know, it could be that if we went on and did the introductions while he's facilitating that, it would expedite things.
Yeah. Why don't we start that? Terrence, is it okay if
He has it.
Oh, he has it?
Yes.
Do you want to have these guys do their guys and girls do their introductions? Just while we're waiting.
He got lost in the email chain. I'm sorry once again. So he said it'd be 1 second putting it up.
But Terrence,
Yes.
while he's doing that preparation, you want to introduce us and make a use
Yes.
of the county?
Okay. Well, okay. We can go a little bit off schedule. So what we'll do is go ahead and start the introduction for this program. And next person who I'll bring up will be Gabrielle Mosier, who will do an introduction for the program as he pulls his PowerPoint up. So we just go a little backwards to go forward. Take your time.
You see it? Oh, okay. Good.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Herr, for providing a platform for us to come in here and speak to you guys. As we are sitting here listening to some of your concerns and ways that you plan on addressing the budget, not only are we privileged to be here, but we're also here to provide an opportunity to have solutions for some of these things that are happening in our district, from the inner city and to the outer suburbs. So, as we know, many hands makes light work, and as opposed to recreating the wheel, we are a group of esteemed leaders and professionals whose goal is to bring a new program initiative to the city of Buffalo. And our group is called the Community Leaders Program. And our initiative focuses on education through the academics field, community development, and social emotional development. So as I do know that a few members of our group are working on a time constraint, I would just like to let you know what the mission of our program is and provide an opportunity for those couple of individuals that have to step out to let you know a little bit about what they will bring to the district with your blessing, but also what we are already doing in the community as individuals. We can continue to bring these things into our district for the benefit of not only our students and their families, but also for each of the individual schools that also have all of these gaps that need to be filled. So can we please go to the next slide? The Community Leaders Program, namely CLP, our mission is that we are a multifaceted mentor and educational program. We are developed and led by leaders, of which some of them you will meet today, from the greater Buffalo and Niagara region. CLP is designed to encourage, empower, strengthen, and nurture young people from diverse backgrounds who are currently enrolled and will be enrolled in the Buffalo Public Schools grades K through 12. And I'd just like to take a moment to segue and provide an opportunity for one of our partners and participants to speak. I'd like to provide an opportunity for Pastor Brent McAllister to come up. and speak to some of his core program areas. And it is a little bit off schedule, but like I mentioned, a couple people have things going, so I just wanted to provide that opportunity before we get into some of the grassroots of what we do and what we will continue doing.
Okay, let's hold off on this and let's go to the original one so that I can introduce you guys.
I got to leave.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pastor McAllister.
I won't be but a minute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, superintendent. Thank you, all of those of you who have taken out the time to professionally offer the care and commitment to our community. We as the pastors and we as other leaders in our community are just honored to be a part of this, and hopefully this will be the beginning of something real and relevant and rich for our community, for our children, for our families. So we want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. My reason for being here right now and leaving momentarily is that as a pastor, we participate in ongoing Bible studies and comprehensive approach to ministering to the whole man. And we believe that that's what this program can and will do, is minister not only to the children, to their financial needs, but to the families that embrace them, to the community that will be supporting of them. And so one of the things that I particularly will be offering is issues that address anger management, cultural and community awareness, and mental and emotional development. And again, we believe that we will touch them at the core of their needs because we're there. I mean, today, I was dealing with a kid who's in trouble with issues with gun control. I was in issue with firsthand touching families who've lost kids. So for us, it's not an issue of an option. We feel the absolute imperative concern of touching and meeting the needs of our children in a holistic fashion. And we believe that this group will be able to do that. So thank you for giving us this opportunity. I want to thank Mr. Hurd for his passionate care and commitment to us, and to all of those of you who offer that kind of support. So God bless you. Thank you for allowing me to share this moment. Sorry I have to leave.
Thank you, Pastor McAllister. And Pastor McAllister, can you quickly state the church that you affiliate?
I'm a pastor of Midtown Bible Church. We call ourselves the church where everybody is somebody and Jesus Christ is Lord. And we feel like we're doing some good in the hood.
Okay, Amir, can we go to the PowerPoint presentation so that we can get back on track? Yes, sir. Quickly, I just want to talk about the community leadership program. Next slide. We talk about the whole home concept. Adapting to the needs of our students and families look very different today than it did 50 years ago. The one-size-fits-all prescription doesn't meet the needs of our diverse student population that we have here in the city of Buffalo. Next slide. We talk about our purpose. What's the purpose of the Community Leaders Program? Next slide. Reimagining schools, rethinking our school mentoring strategies so that they could better serve our student population and their families. Finding creative ways to adapt to the new challenges that our school district face, adapting self-motivation techniques to encourage self-confidence, building cultural bridge programs to bring custom awareness to our schools, and also connecting students and teachers to the world around them. Next slide. We also talk about reimagining lives. We want to meet our students right where they are. We also look at schools to rethink their roles in the community. How can the students apply themselves to the community? And what changes can we make as a district so that we can keep our doors open, for our children that need more communities, more community type initiatives. Also, support low-income families and single parent mothers. So we have putting instruments and tools together so we can help with these families that are struggling and single parent mothers that may have coping issues, dealing with problems and stresses of poverty and also raising children. We also talk about filling the gaps with mentorship opportunities during class time, after school, weekend, and during the summer. So with this program, with the Community Leaders Program, we're looking to try to fill those gaps where it's needed, where kids are left out and unattended to, especially on the weekends and during the summertime periods. We also look to providing additional extracurricular activities that support our future's scholars' growth and development, such as on-site and off-site music, summer sports, summer camps, and enrichment opportunities. And last thing, we have revert from violent and aggressive behaviors by using restorative justice practices. Now, there's also tools that being used within the church and families in Buffalo community about how to address violence and aggression. And some of those things is having spiritual leaders, have interaction with our children and, working with them individually, one-on-one, and as groups so that we can try to find programs and ways to bring in self-wealth and self-worth to the children so that the practice of violent behaviors, won't be the first thing that they come to or the first thing that they think about. It's about believing in yourselves and having a belief that, that you can make a difference, that can make a change for a child. The next slide, please. We talk about the process. The process is our community leaders program and education. Using ministers from various faith groups, we're looking at edification, health and wellness, mentoring, counseling, diversity, history, parent engagement, and crisis intervention. And last is our payoff. Accepting accountability. What we're looking to change the narrative. It is said that the emphasis in training and mentoring the education of our children have been placed on the teachers and the building administrative leaders for a long time now. So we're trying to find a way how to change that narrative. So it takes the emphasis off the teachers, but bring it back to collectively working with community groups and community agents so that we can look to try to change the way we mentor kids, the way we educate our kids, the way we become involved in their lives. Ministry in our communities have also collaborated in brotherhood to help address various issues that our children face in the communities. And Community Leadership Program, the CLP, is an expanding group of faith-based ministers and spiritually led individuals that either lead a congregation or work under the direction of a pastoral leader. And closing. Connecting schools and teachers in the world around them. One of the great things about this program, these ministers, is that they also work with teachers. They, with the adopted program that Gabrielle Mosier will explain in her presentation, it talks about familiarizing teachers, the teacher population, with the cultural differences and cultural practices so they can have a better understanding of their students that's in their classrooms. And I believe board member Jennifer McCosey just mentioned about the number of different languages that's being spoken in schools. So we're looking to adopt not only this group of individuals, but other groups in Muslim faith that can come along and help bring in mentoring and tutoring programs through the Educational Support Committee to try to reach these children where they're at. They have an understanding of the nuclear, joint, and single parent family structures, and also teaching how to build self-esteem and self-worth of our student population. Our mentors and counselors will connect the Buffalo Public Schools parent population and build healthy relationships between the students and the educational leaders. So this group also has a structure that will actually reach out and meet the parents also. So it's one of the things that we talked about in the past, that our parents don't interact with our children, don't understand the coursework, education, or they just may be going through issues themselves. So this is the way that we can use that whole home concept so that we can have that outreach to parents and to our community. Okay, thank you. The last thing I'd like to add, I think that's the last slide, Amir. So the last thing I'd like to add is that for this, we'll be looking to adopt and using our ESSER funds to help create this program and help bring a relative endpoint to committing to working with our children and our families in the district. Right now, I'd like to hand it over to President Petruski, who will talk about ESSER funds and how we can adopt this.
Thank you, Board Member Hurd. So one thing that Terrence and I had a discussion earlier that I had a discussion with our previous superintendent about was the possibility of creating a program that would better integrate our schools into the surrounding community, that would address some of the concerns that we've heard about working with and participating with the district, but also how to better engage, because some of the concerns have been raised to me as I sit here, is that oftentimes people felt that our schools were insular, that they shut down at 3 o'clock, that they aren't as well enmeshed, not as well enmeshed in their surrounding communities as they could be. So one of the things that I know that we had some discussions that were put on hold and maybe we can bring them forward is about how we can do this better. And one thing that have been discussed and we may wish to explore further is something along the lines of a pilot project or a grant in which each school would be given a certain amount of money in which they could identify both programs in the surrounding community that would come back into their schools that would help whatever it may be. It may be mentoring, it may be athletics, it could be dance, it could be gardening, it could be whatever it may be. But using those resources that are adjacent to the building, bring them into the building, let many of these small businesses, entrepreneurs, and groups get their foot in the door of what it's like to work with the Buffalo Public Schools. I know both the city and county have had similar kind of micro grant programs that have achieved this. Some are at the block club level, some are a little bit bigger, some are through a community organization, but they tend to be very narrowly focused, and they tend to address very specific concerns in a very, very granular area. So for our purposes, it would be the area right around the school. And what, if given the opportunity, what could that site-based management team do at that school to better ingrain and mesh, take your pick of adjectives or adverbs to be more connected to the surrounding community. And just something that I know that Terrence and I spoke with other board members as well, that it may be a way for the district to move forward to both where the community could see both that investment with the programs that were in the surrounding community being brought in the school, but also that are going to address the needs of the individual schools. Because as Jennifer and other people have mentioned, hey, there are certain commonalities with all of our schools across the district. But are also, each school population is a little bit different. We need to recognize that and try to develop programs and policy and funding to address those very specific needs in that student population in our individual schools. So thank you, Terrence, for the opportunity to explain the concept of what we've been working towards.
Thank you, President Petruski, and thank you for being so thorough with our presentation on that. Next, Amir, I'd like to lead over to Tommy McLean, where we say yes to Buffalo. And Tommy will come to the podium and talk about the need for a program for community-based relations with the schools and how we can adopt this, and a plan of making sure that we can instill a schedule together so that this opportunity don't pass us by, and that we can install this program within our district. So, Mr. McLean.
First, I want to say congratulations to Dr. Williams, who I've had a chance to working with early, and we're just starting out with some of the work we're doing. Also to the board and to the pastors, I just want to say just thank you for the opportunity. One of the things I want to talk about is the work we do with young men of color is reaching young men of color ages 12 to 24. And working with that group, looking not only within school, we look at in school, but also out of school, understanding that in school is one place where they're actually getting their formal education, but also there are some education that takes place out, and make sure we're dealing with the social and emotional needs that a young person needs in that process. And so what I'm going to do here is kind of just give you a 10,000-foot view, because they told me I had 4 minutes. So in 4 minutes, we're going to give you a 10,000-foot view, and then it will answer any questions as we go along. So let's go to the next click. All right, you can click it one more time, please. All right, and one more time. All right, the Breaking Barriers is an initiative that's under Say Yes. But the one thing that's a little different about that than other Say Yes programs is it goes outside into the community. We go from ages 12 to 24. So the young people will graduate, they go on. And we look at from cradle to career. So we follow them to career, and then also we look at some of the things such as looking at the crime rates in the community. Because they understand if a young person goes through school and they finish college in their community, they should be able to buy a house in their own community. And so when we're actually looking at crime, how does crime impact that community and how can we be an impact on their crimes? You can go to the next clip, please. Right off the bat, I want to start with kind of some of the, from a 10,000 height view, what we want to kind of look at is how we can actually work together as a community. So part of this is not just Buffalo Public Schools, because I think if we looked at just Buffalo Public Schools by itself and not looked at the surrounding community, then we are doing our young people an injustice. And so what we have here, you can go ahead and click again. One more time. Yeah, today I thought I was going to have my own clicker, so I know how to move my own clicker. All right, but what you see here is a faith-based community. How do we connect the faith-based community, Buffalo Public Schools? And a lot of you know me as Tommy McClam and Senior Director at Boys and Men of Color Initiative, but the young people know me as PT. And PT is Pastor Tommy. And so, and actually doing that, working within Say Yes, within the school system, but also tied back to the community through faith. And so here you see, how do we do that? And so we're thinking about actually setting up a mechanism where we're doing, in Buffalo Public Schools currently, we're actually working with two schools, McKinley High School and Riverside High School. We're invited in by the principals, and we do breaking barriers in the school. So we go in one day a week, and we bring in a lot of the young men are the young men in which the school's been having issues or problems with. And so what we've seen it just in the short, we've only been doing it for about a month, the principals have asked us to come in even more because they're seeing the transformation. Just the other day, a principal stopped me walking in. McKinley says a young man that he kind of gave him a break, and that young man now has been on time for school every day since that day. And it was something where we were able to work together with community at the same time, working with the school system in order to make that happen. So we can do the same thing with faith-based. Taking the Breaking Barriers model, which is actually really a group mentoring model, and actually do it in faith community. Do it in Buffalo Public Schools. And if you notice everything I'm going to give you here, the infrastructure is already there. We don't have to create anything new. We already have an infrastructure that works. You can go to the next clip. Working with our community-based organizations, and they all vary. So some organizations may work with young people who are 12 to 18. Others may work with young people who are 12 and 13-year-olds. This model actually allows them to work with the area that they have expertise in. And then in addition to that, we give additional training, so they have the training in order to kind of amp up what they do. All right, one more time. Can you click for me, please? All right. We've worked with Buffalo Public Schools, with the City of Buffalo, and Say Yes, we've been in alignment for almost 5 years, actually, to fashion the Breaking Barriers model, along with working with the MBK work that's going on at the city, in addition to the MBK work that's going on in the MBK work in the city and the MBK work that's going on in the school system. And so we've been working together for a long time. It's not something that's not a flash in the pants. It took 5 years to get to this place where we could actually begin pulling this model together. So you can go another click there. All right, final click, almost final click. I'll say what we can offer now is we take a young person. Let's say, for instance, a young person is in a mentoring program at your church or a mentoring program in Buffalo Public Schools or working Breaking Barriers there. That young person can also apply to the big Breaking Barriers in the city. So what happens is from January to December, they're involved in the program. It doesn't end at the end of the school year. School year ends, and what they just do is they connect with their brothers. Now, some of you are probably wondering, why is he wearing the jacket up there? I wore this jacket purposely. This jacket is a jacket a young person received after doing an entire year, and they have criteria they have to meet. They get this jacket, and we call this jacket, we put it on permanent loan. Permanent loan means that as long as they're living up to the standards of this jacket, they keep it. Whenever they don't, we have a special set of skills, go into the house, and we know how to pull it back. All right? But we don't pull it back just to keep it. We pull it back in a way in which the young person has to go in front of his Breaking Barriers brothers, tell them basically where he messed up, how he's corrected, and what they will do is they will put his jacket back on. And so the goal is having accountability amongst young people, and they see themselves now as not as adversaries, but allies. And so that's part of the thing of the jacket. And so can you imagine across this whole city, you see young people walking around that earn these jackets, and now they don't see West Side, East Side, they don't see Uptown, Downtown. What they see is my brother. And so that's the thought process behind it. So on the bottom, what we actually offer as a citywide initiative is that right off the bat, what we can do is actually quarterly citywide run facilitator training. So I don't care if you're coming out of a church, you're coming out of school, you're coming wherever you're coming. What we will do is have a quarterly training. You come in, we will train you and facilitate you on a curriculum that has been established. And the curriculum was written by one of the board members. Actually work with them, and they've been working with them over 5 years to get this curriculum to the place where now this curriculum meets all of the board standards. So we have a curriculum that works. In addition to that, remember, we meet year round. We meet once a week virtually, once a week in person. So that young person will have a connection that will go from January to December every year. Most of our young people have been with us. They started out for a year, but they usually stay. When we run our virtual, right now we're running virtual with young people calling in, working on their law degree in Florida, a young person calling in at Howard University, a young person calling in from A&M, young person calling from, and they call in with their little brothers here in Buffalo, so their little brothers get to see them. They move on and accelerate to a new level. So they know that if they can do it, guess what? I can do it also. And so we actually run the virtual. In addition to that, you see we have an annual citywide graduation. We have a graduation where they actually a big deal, where they get the jackets, and we purposely make it a big deal. And then finally, we would like to do, this is a kind of an aspiration, a citywide conference where young people of color come together, and then we'll use folks from the community to come in and then begin to speak to them so they see us no longer as way out there, but they can touch hands and they can rub hands with us. And I think from putting on my spiritual hat, the other side is that's what we're called to do. And then at the same time, working with public school, we also understand that our young people need to get an education. So how do we begin merging and put together an infrastructure that meets the needs of both? So within a nutshell, that's kind of how we can click it one last time. Two times, I'm sorry. All right. Those infrastructure are already there. MBK is already there. My brother's keeper. And the school system is already there. And one more time. And it further connecting community and education. It ties them together. So this is something that we would kind of put forward, and we've already in the process of working through it. And so the next step is in the faith community, we need to sit down and figure out how do we earn it out, how do we make it work.
Last slide.
Oh, last slide. Last slide is first, we want to institute training for community student mentoring opportunities. That's the training we're talking about, where you actually learn how to mentor. My background is I've been the last 20 years is actually mentoring. And so what I do is train folks all over the country, and I have two other folks who work with me. We train people all over the country on how to mentor young people of color. All right, and mentoring young people of color is a little bit different, especially when they come from many different cultural backgrounds. In addition to that, discuss how we can best work with community schools, and we have community school Saturday academies. How can the churches actually move in? How can the community move in and begin working in those Saturday academy in which they bring their cultural understanding of that community to a school that's in the neighborhood. Lastly, begin initial conversations about developing summer community programs. Start the conversation. How do we beef up programs? How do we tweak programs so that we meet the needs of the youth, the young people, not necessarily young people all over the city, but how about the young people just in your 6x6 block area? How do we make sure we reach them? So with all that said, that's kind of turn it back over to you.
Okay, yeah, let's keep this slide up. Thank you, Minister McLean, for your time. And let's just make it clear that the community leadership program is not under the Say Yes title, but Tommy McLean, and we look at these three slides that's up, is that they want to work with this community mentoring leadership program so that they can make sure that every individual that they bring into this program is trained in mentoring our youth. Also, would say yes, and speaking with David Russ, that they're really willing to fully work with the ministers in their Saturday Academy programs. So along with that, we're going to have a discussion on how they can best fit into our Saturday Academy programs, and that way they can reach out to our children in other ways. The last part, beginning initial conversation, is very important of summer community planning, because what we talked about and what we discussed was the possibilities of having the church doors open in their communities so that they can bring in children and mentoring throughout the summertime. So they can have programs, food programs, mentoring programs, counseling, take trips, and also just get to know them, you know, just to have an open ear to listen to the concerns of the kids, develop relationships. And that's how we take our streets back. That's how we take our community back. In this format, it's detailed way and more meetings to come. But it will also give us a pathway so that our children could be in a better mindset when they come to school, have an understanding, you know, of what their goals may be in the future and develop goals and strategies of how to achieve them. So right now, I'd like to call back Gabrielle. As she introduced the other ministers, they're going to have a couple of minutes just to speak, introduce themselves, and she will lead that. Thank you, Mr. Motion.
Thank you. So yes, once again, thank you to each of you for your flexibility and your ability to assist us as we aim to provide multiple touch points throughout the school day, after school, and spreading into the Saturday initiative. Can we please go over to the third slide? Next one right here. So in case you're wondering, everybody does have a copy of each of our board members were provided a copy. I'll try to get right to the point and get through. Our Community Leaders Program, the purpose is to challenge historical, racial, and gender-based disparities, create academically and physically safe learning environments, promote college and career readiness, promote the attainment of personal goals through academic rigor and experiences that are uniquely tailored to our young people in grades K through 12. In addition, we're going to improve the academic outcomes for our scholars, and we're going to educate the whole being of not only our young girls as listed, but all of the youth participants and their families. The Community Leaders Program will implement the Excellence in Education core values, in which we will utilize the district's pathways that will lead to increased academic achievement, success, dedication, commitment, and collaboration of our students and parents as we push forward to have increased outcomes in our communities. Next slide, please. The specific objective and purpose of the Community Leaders Program is to create pathways to academic success, community involvement, and social emotional development. This improvement strategy incorporates the whole child and family relationship model, and our goal is to advance student outcomes by breaking their economical, sociological, psychological barriers by implementing the whole home education model. We will encompass a group of community-based leaders from Buffalo, in which you will hear from a host of our partners today, and we're going to encourage these developing healthy relationships between our parents and children, and as you know, that is going to lead to the better outcomes. Next slide, please. And our methodology, just briefly, I won't go through everything. Our methodology, not only are we going to have programming available during the school day, but we're going to be available after school. As we all know, that students have the most at-risk behaviors that occur between 3 to 6 p.m. So we'll have a day school program providing services to fill in some of those gaps for you. We'll get into the after school programs, and we're going to spread into those Saturday community schools initiatives. How are we going to identify the needs in each individual community? We are going to do that by having a community needs assessment. It's going to be distributed at each of our partnering locations to ensure that we are in fact meeting the needs of each community as a whole, because this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. This is uniquely catered to make sure that we are achieving equity in all of our neighborhoods. We will staff the programs, and we're going to make sure that we're providing the parents and the students with the skills that they need academically, the enrichment activities to keep them actively engaged, college and career readiness programming. But we're also going to help and assist in addressing some of those behavioral interventions that are needed throughout the school day. The parents are also going to be provided with the tools that they need as we continue to meet the physical, mental, emotional, economical, and social challenges that our families are facing daily. And then lastly, I'd just like to say, we plan on partnering with the Buffalo Public Schools, Say Yes to Education, Erie County Summer Youth Program, the Mayor's Summer Youth Program, and we're going to continue to build and develop summer programming for our participants so that we too are able to meet the needs of students year round. Next slide, please. Our collective collaboration. As mentioned in my opening, many hands leads to light work. How are we going to make sure that we are successful? Through our collective collaboration, we have already started to have some of these meetings, but we're going to continue to meet and be committed to meeting on a monthly basis to assess our outcomes, making sure that we're progress monitoring our program, areas of opportunity, and meeting the needs of each of our partners, the administrators, the schools, the community, filling in the gaps where we see need, and addressing those concerns of our leaders and the families. Our community partners will be selected to work with the parents across all the program areas. And we're going to also, we plan on consulting with you, the board, to help bridge the gap between the parent-child relations, as we will also bridge the gap between school day learning and after-school learning and community-based outcomes. Participate will have several incentives for participation. They're going to be involved in the selecting of the programs and the recruiting of participants, and they're going to be rewarded with field trips and on-site activities. We'll get vendors in the building to make sure that they feel like they can fit in the school building after school, somewhere that they can be and be safe. They're going to be actively engaged in the planning. They're going to develop their leadership skills, and that's going to lead to healthier outcomes. We're going to continue to collaborate with the principals and the counselors to make sure that we are plugging in to each of the adequate support areas that are needed. Next slide, please. So I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce some of our community leaders in no particular order, and there are a couple of individuals that we would like to provide the opportunity. They're not in there right now, but this is an organization that is continuing to grow. We have individuals that are qualified from across our community, and they are ready to serve. They are ready to step into the fold and meet the needs in our communities. So I'd like to pass it to our first community leader, just a few minutes each. Pastor Tommy Bass, please.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And Pastor Babs.
All right. Thank you, board members, for listening and receiving us. My name is Pastor Tommy L. Babs. I'm the pastor of Thankful Missionary Baptist Church, 17 years over in 197 Sumner Place in the city of Buffalo on the east side. My expertise lies in the area of academic support. I spent 30 years working for the University of Buffalo as a senior academic advisor, doing just those things that I'm getting ready to mention now in the areas of study skills, career explorations, test taking skills, test anxiety and coping skills workshops. So that's what I would be doing. That's what I would be bringing to the district in our area in this particular program. So with that, thank you so much for listening.
You pass it to
and I will pass it to Kenneth Norman.
Kenneth Norman, while he's on his way, I'd just like to say a couple of things about Pastor Babs. He already, last couple of years, worked with Say Yes and had summer programs at his church. And they did a wonderful job over there working with the kids, and also had food programs and educational values that they taught over at the church. So this is already a opening process that this group is putting together. So it's just about connecting the dots here in our district.
Okay. So in the slide, it says that I have administrative skills, adult education, and healthcare administration. 17 years as a middle manager and as an administrator in the service industry, and another 17 years in healthcare administration. Adult education, working for the Educational Opportunity Center as an adjunct instructor in math, customer service, and in workplace readiness. So I want to lend my experience and my expertise in these areas, and my passion is really to help young people to have an understanding of their values, and an understanding of their vision. Because if they know what their values are, they don't become victims of their environment, because they can say, well, that's not me. I don't have to go along with everything that's going on because I have my own values. If they have a vision, then they know where they want to go, and they can look for resources to help them to get to where they want to go. No one's going to be successful if they want to be like everybody else. And I say this a lot. I'm also the superintendent of our Sunday school. And my wife says I tend to repeat myself. And one thing I often say, and I say, you can challenge me on this, nobody ever became great by being like everybody else.
That's right.
So I want to put my support behind this program.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm not sure if we have Miss Melody Baker on the call, but as we look at this program and long-term outcomes, we are in the foundational stages. But with the different levels of expertise that we have coming to the table, we have the opportunity for long-term sustainability. Grant experience coming to the table, program evaluation, and community organizing by way of Melody Baker. And then also, I was thinking about it while I was sitting here, we have a lot of great men coming to the table to meet the need. But as you know, behind every great man is a greater woman. So let's give it up for some of the ladies that we will be seeing. I had to put that in there. Myself, I am Gabrielle Mosier. Currently, I'm a high school educator. I work in the charter school system at Health Sciences Charter School, where I teach math. I specialize in academic intervention. It is my passion to have intervention early as opposed to wait. We cannot put Band-Aids on things that need early surgery and long-term solutions. I also specialize in program activation, not only creating program, but building it and providing the opportunity for this program to be sustained, creating a pipeline for it to go to the next person to be here for the needs in the future. I'm great at community organizing, but also that community needs assessment. I've been successful in activating programs through community needs assessment, so that is what I can bring to the table. In a quick breath, and I'd now like to pass the mic to.
1 second, I know that you're trying to get away, and our pastors and our spiritual leaders here are so modest. Can you please just talk about some of the programs that you did work with and organizations that you activate?
Sure. So currently, I work with Ed Trust New York, and as several of you know, that's an education equity-based organization. We're working locally, but also statewide, looking at some of the areas of need, areas of opportunity. I served on the board for the Buffalo Urban League Young Professionals for 5 years, where I had the opportunity to be a secretary, as well as education chair, running urban education conferences, where we not only taught parents about meeting the needs of their urban students and supporting them academically, but we partnered with St. Bonaventure University to make sure that we had students, teacher candidates come into the city to learn what it is like and what are the real challenges that we face as educators in the inner city. So that was actually the state of urban education, public, private, and charter, because we all meet the needs of inner city youth. I also work with the Friends for a Better Buffalo. I've worked with the Boys and Girls Club of the North Towns for several years, where I had a Teen Center was actually one of the first teen-only after-school programs. We got some of the youth involved. We cleared out an old church building. They swept up inches of dust. We transformed it, painted it, got furniture donations from Buffalo State to flip it, so that that center became what the students in the community asked for. There are other things, but many hands make light work. I'm not the only one coming to the table, and I look forward to learning from everybody, bringing my expertise to the table. So we're going to plug back in and make sure we are meeting the needs of these students in the school day, and after school, and on our Saturday programs. And another one of our planners and somebody that's been there since the beginning and infantry stages of our program development is Ms. Brittany Adams, and I would like her to come up and speak more to what she's bringing to the table in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you, Terrence, for inviting us, and I appreciate the pastors for being here as well, and the other community partners that will be partnering with us, the community leader partners that will be partnering. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Brittany Adams. I am currently the president of Iota Eta Eta Nursing Sorority here in Buffalo, New York. I kind of brought it here because I was like, you know what, we have other organizations involved in nursing, but we don't have a sorority. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna, go out there on a limb and try to see if we could do this. We brought, I found the necessary nurses to get involved in the sorority, and we're here. We're super excited. We are doing community service projects. We're in churches. We're in the community. We're doing a lot. And now we're actually partnering with this group to just infuse ourselves in the schools. We want to work with students who are involved, who want to become a nurse, or who want to become, a doctor or a physician assistant. So we want to work with those students to not only get them prepared, but get them excited for the workforce. I'm excited to be a nurse. I've been a nurse for 14 years. I started off in the hospital. Now I'm in community health, and I absolutely love it. I look at it as my calling, and now I feel like my calling is being stretched to the schools and to kids, and so I'm super excited about it. Dr. Morelli actually asked me to come into one of her mentoring programs recently, a couple of weeks ago. I was a little nervous starting out, but I'm super happy that I did it because the kids were so excited about what I talked about, and I involved them in that process. I was actually able to touch one young lady's life so much that she asked me for a hug. We're going through a pandemic, and she asked me for a hug. And what did I say? Absolutely. Tears start falling down her eyes, and I was like, I can't believe God placed me here. I'm supposed to be taking care of patients and this, but I'm now working with students, and I absolutely love it. I saw the impact that I had on that one student 2 weeks ago. And again, we're communicating, we're talking, and she texted me yesterday, how are you doing? And she said, guess what? You made an impact on my life. And I want to do that globally. I want to be able to go into schools and encourage young people that you can be somebody. You can be awesome. You can be whoever you want to be. I had to study. I mean, I used to go to church all the time, and I had my Bible in one hand and my study books in the other hand because I had to work hard. Told them, and they accepted it. So I'm here to work, to serve, and also we do give out scholarships to nursing, to those who want to get into nursing, nursing students, high school students, and in college. So there's definitely a benefit of being a part of us.
Yes. Clap for that one. and can you please tell us the name of your sorority and your sorority sisters that will become involved with the program?
Yes, the name of our sorority is Iota Eta Eta Incorporated, a Chi Eta Phi sorority Incorporated. There will be there's 13 of us who will be involved in the program, and will be infused in the Saturday program. So I'm super excited about being a part of this, and likewise, my counterparts are excited as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And our colors are green and yellow, if you can't tell.
Thank you again, Mrs. Adams. She also has a husband that teaches in the Buffalo Public Schools, so she already tied to this endeavor.
All right, I'd just like to take a minute to segue over to one of our virtual participants. I would like to provide Miss Annette King with an opportunity to just say a couple of points, and she is at Midtown Bible Church. Thank you, Miss Annette, for joining us.
Thank you. As she stated, I'm Annette King, but I am a member of Pleasant Grove Baptist Church, and I'm a retired Buffalo police officer. I'm currently at Miss Barbara's School of Dance. She couldn't be here, so I'm going to represent her because I think it's a great idea to have the arts involved, namely with musical instruments and dance. But I'm going to speak on behalf of Miss Barbara. So Miss Barbara, as most of you may know, she has owned and operated Miss Barbara's School of Dance in Buffalo, New York for 55 years. And she started the dance school in 1966 in what was then the Humboldt Branch YMCA on East Ferry Street. She received her professional training and education in tap and jazz locally with Fred Jones and Beverly Fletcher. She danced internationally with Henry Lee Tong, and of course everyone knows the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. She has taught, staged, choreographed, directed, and produced shows of African dance. She has been the teacher and choreographer of Alpha Kappa Alpha Gamma Phi Omega Sorority Incorporated debutante pageant since 1986. She has affected the lives of thousands of young people who have used her instructions in the art of dance, charm, grace, and patience as a basis for her own personal achievement. What she would like to bring, she has numerous awards, but I'm going to keep going on forward. What she would like to bring for her program right now is for Saturdays. She have dance on Saturdays. I'm sorry you're going to hear music because the children are dancing right now, and if you hear the music, I'm sorry about that, but I hope you can hear me well. So Ms. Barbara says dance education must be thought of as another form of learning, and it should be understood that learning to dance is part of a person's education. Dance stimulates all senses. Dance integrates the body, the art, and the intellect. She offers tap, traditional African dance, hip-hop dance, and jazz dance. But she also would like to incorporate a program which is called Young, Gifted, and Confident Development Program. Now, this program is developed designed to educate, motivate, cultivate, and instill and reinstill values that have been lost. The training is she currently had it for girls, but she would definitely love to have young men also involved, if we can find a man to do the mentoring to partner with her, and the ages would be from 10 to 12, and they would grow to be confident in their health, their physical fitness, mentally aware, and morally straight, beautiful inside and outside. And so what they will work on their pose, their posture, their walking, their sitting, personality plus, which includes self-confidence and positive attitude, social success, as far as conversations, friendships, phone etiquette, and manners. She will also like to get them involved with baking and finances, a lot of things that may not still be taught in schools, but she's had this program, and I think it will be, I know it's necessary. It's necessary for our young children today, dance and this Young, Gifted, and Confident Development Program.
Okay.
Did you get an earful?
Yes, we did. Thank you, Annette, first of all, for your years of service as a police officer, and that also brings a lot of tools to the community leadership program. And also, please thank Barbara. I know she's having class right now. Our time went over a little bit, so just tell her thank you for wanting to come on and be part of our programs that will instill these type of values into our children in the Buffalo Public Schools.
I sure will. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to go to the next slide, please. And before I pass it back to our next esteemed female mentor and professional, I would like to provide one of our partners who is here with us the opportunity to speak. I'd like to bring up Reverend Blue, please.
Hello to everyone, and congratulations to Superintendent Williams. It's good to be a part of this opportunity. I am Reverend Mark Blue. I pastor in the city of Lackawanna Second Baptist Church, but I'm also the president of the Buffalo chapter of the NAACP. And we would like to bring the NAACP along with this venture. One of the unique programs that we have in the NAACP is the AXO program. And that's the Afro-Academic Central Technological and Scientific Olympics. We have 33 cohorts in that program, ranging from humanities, cultural, business, performing arts, visual, and culinary arts. So it's a great opportunity to have this as a caveat to be a part of this program. Also, personally, we need to get them engaged in civic engagement, knowing how to vote, knowing who to vote for, knowing how to vet those individuals who want to make rules and try to not rule us, but try to make decisions for us in areas that we're not in right now. I also served in the military as an equal opportunity employment counselor, a total quality management instructor, and also I have a lot of other experiences as well. But one of the things that we can do together is make sure that we have a base in which our children and a platform in which our children can stand on. We also want to eliminate race-based politics and antics that have been holding our children down and hostage. So this is a great opportunity for us to partner with the NAACP and the programs that we have, along with the other ministers that are part of this program. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Pastor Blue, the leader of the NAACP Buffalo here, and does a lot of great work in the community. It also has everybody's phone number in the city of Buffalo. So anytime we need partners, anything that goes with the district, we have a direct connection with it.
All right, next up, I'd like to introduce Ms. Gwen Triplett. And thank you for your patience as we go through some of our community partners. We really wanted to highlight the fact that the community is behind this initiative. The community partners are in the community. We're doing the work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, and we're ready to serve at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Mr. Hurd. I'd like to thank the panel. And I'd like to thank the community leadership group for inviting me to be a member. And I want to just give you my background. I'm 33 years with the University of Buffalo Educational Opportunity Center, and I also developed a prison reentry program for Erie County Correctional Facility, as well as Orleans County, and it's no longer existing at this particular time, but that program is still within the Urban League. I'm also the Vice President of Mary Talbot, as well as the Director of the Summer Enrichment Program, as well as the After School Program for 11 years at Lincoln United Methodist Church, which was funded by the church itself, or churches, the group of churches that we received our funding from. So I'm quite familiar with the After School Program settings, and I'm also familiar with leadership committees, as well as mentorship, as well as developing tutorial programs. So with that said, my new initiative for myself is to be a coordinator for the Angel Tree Ministry, which I'm targeting the young people or young children of incarcerated youth or incarcerated parents. So we need to gather that information so that we can service the children in the Buffalo area or in the city of Buffalo or Lackawanna or the surrounding area, so that we can be an asset and we can be a service or support to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Ms. Triplett. And she deserves an applause also because of the work that she does. I like to say that Ms. Triplett, working with the district, there's a large number of children that's within the district in the city of Buffalo that has parents that's incarcerated or that get incarcerated. So she has a team of people and other organizations, because she's very modest, she didn't say everything, but she has a team of people and other organizations that she worked with that can target these children, bring mentoring programs to them individually or as groups, and also parents that may get arrested. You know, those children exhibit different types of behaviors, mental stresses, and having a program in the Buffalo schools to work with those kids so they don't act out in class or act out against others, or even the bullying that comes associated with those type of actions, that we can have a program here in the district that can work with those families. So thank you again, Ms. Triplett, and I leave it again to Ms. Gabrielle Mosher.
All right, and once again, in no particular order, we are going to bring up next Pastor Richard Haig, followed by Reverend Dr. Kenneth Terrell. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Once again, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Williams on being selected. I read your statement in the newspaper. It's an honor for us to have you, as well as an honor for you to serve. So thank you very much. My name is Pastor Richard D. Hake, Jr. I am the senior pastor of the Mount Erie Missionary Baptist Church. I'd like to, first of all, repeat the name of the church. It's the Mount Erie Missionary Baptist Church. It is not in the city of Buffalo. It is across the Grand Island Bridge in the county of Niagara, in the city of Niagara Falls, New York. And the value of me sharing the location is that I have discovered over the years that every urban community across this country has been systematically plagued with the same problems that the Buffalo Public School is trying to wrestle with. It doesn't matter what city, what state, all urban communities across our country is struggling with the disengagement of and the dysfunction of our ethnic children in public schooling. I drive across the Grand Island Bridge to meet with a group of pastors who understand fundamentally the most important thing to do is to integrate the spiritual power of change. Every Tuesday evening, a group of pastors meet for the sole purpose of bringing about spiritual change. Let me pause for just a moment.
Come on.
And just say to you, members of this board, every Tuesday evening, we pray for every board member. We pray for every student in the school system. We pray for the teachers and the staff, because we understand fundamentally, if God doesn't change it, it ain't gonna be changed.
Amen.
Most importantly, we've been blessed, and we understand that we cannot celebrate our blessings in isolation. So it is our calling to reach out to both the board and community and share the blessings that God has given unto us. I am here to serve on any and every level. And they're giving me this wind-up signal. Let me tell you one thing. I drive from Niagara Falls, New York, the place where the Niagara River flows over the falls. It is one of the 7 wonders of the world. As long as there's water flowing over that falls, God has not given up on us, and I'm not giving up on our kids.
Pastor Hay, I don't want to interrupt your sermon, but can you please, can you please tell us a little bit about your past of working with community programs and things that you initiated, just briefly?
I started working with the Lighter School program in 1965. And under the leadership of Dr. Peggy Moore, we initiated the first lighter school program in Toledo, Ohio, that was funded by Title I in the state of Ohio. I moved on from there and created the first and only charter school in the county of Niagara. I'm a member of the board of directors for Independent Health. I'm on the board of directors for Community Missions of Niagara Frontier. I served for 17 years on the board of directors for Erie Niagara Health Education Council, and I currently am on the board of directors for the P2 Collaborative.
Thank you, Pastor. And we're not going to take up a collection.
Good evening. I am Reverend Dr. Kenneth Terrell, pastor of Jerusalem Missionary Baptist Church here in the city of Buffalo, New York. And again, we want to congratulate our interim superintendent and to this great body. We're just glad to be here on today. I just want to say that I'm proud to be a part of this community leaders group and thank Mr. Hurd for bringing us all together. Just wish to just state that few of the things that I bring to the table started out education with associate's degree in applied sciences and church ministries and church education program, and then went on to graduate with my doctor's of ministries degree in strategic leadership. I wish to also bring some of the attributes that I have from being a 42-year member of International Free and Accepted Modern Masons and Order of Eastern Star Incorporated, where would hopefully be my hopes to involve a few of our brothers to try to bring some of the foundational principles that we deal with in our fraternity. Also to be a part of what we heard here today in the mentoring program, and also to be able to help involve our young people in coaching and helping themselves to see themselves differently, and with the hopes of just knowing the world was open to them and that there's no limit as to what they could achieve. So again, we're glad to be here. We thank you for this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to have Pastor Carl Hill. Thank you.
I want to say good evening to each and every one of you. We certainly are glad to be here. We are grateful for the opportunity to just share with you and be a part of this leadership program. My name is Pastor Carl A. Hill, and I serve as pastor of the Greater St. Matthew Missionary Baptist Church located on 450 William Street here in the city of Buffalo, New York. And I've been serving as pastor at Greater St. Matthew for 25 years. And prior to serving as pastor, or even during the interim serving as pastors for 25 years, I worked for the Board of Education for approximately 22 years in the capacity of a teacher aide, as well as a security officer. I've worked in several of the high schools, Bennett, Burgard, Hutch Tech, as a security officer. I worked in the School 84 for the physically challenged for approximately 19 years. And in doing that, working in the school system as well as in the city school system, as well as in the city of Buffalo as a pastor, one of the things that I know as it relates to young people, whether in the church or whether in the schools, that you need several components. Primarily, you need the component of being real. You can't reach anybody, whether at church, whether in school, unless you're real. Because if you're not real, then those that we're trying to help educate, they'll shut down. So we have to be real, but also we need to be relevant. That's one of the things I see on the emblem for the Buffalo Public School emblem. And we got to be relevant. We got to be able to reach those, amen, and to connect with those that are in the school system. And you can't connect if they don't know that you're, first of all, real. And if you're going to connect to any of the children within the school system, doesn't matter if they're pre-K all the way to 12th grade, it doesn't matter. If they don't know that you care, it doesn't matter how much you know.
That's right.
They have to know that you care.
Yes, sir.
So we have to be real with them. We have to be relevant with them, but we also have to be reachable. And you can't reach anybody if you don't respect them.
Yes.
You have to respect them if you want respect. One of the things that I found that was very helpful to me personally, working in the school system as well as in church, is that you have to give respect if you want respect. And sometimes I run into students that I had years ago, because I've worked in the school system for about 22 years, and they still address me as Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, because I addressed them when I was working with them as Mr. or Ms., because I gave them respect. And I believe in working in this program within the school system, this leadership program will enhance what's going on here in the city of Buffalo. It can only improve what is going on here in the city of Buffalo. We come alongside to mentor, whether it's in the area of mental health, whether it's in the area of grief, we come alongside to help mentor them. It will work if we're real, if we're relevant, and if we're reachable. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Pastor Hill. And I just know that your background education here with the city of Buffalo, working in Buffalo schools already, you already have an upside of bringing, working in interaction with our students, but also with our mentoring group.
Yeah.
So your leadership, is very well needed, and thank you so much for serving that much time here in the Buffalo schools.
Bless you. Thank you.
All right, and if we could please, we're going to go forward a few slides, and I'll be able to just summarize all of those things on my main point. I'd like to go forward to the parent and family engagement partner slide, because as we know, and none of this would be possible without the support of our parents. It would not be able to be sustained without the education for our parents and their families. Next slide should be it. So how will this work? Not only are we going to be meeting the needs of the parent and the family, the student, educating the whole child, we're going to reach out to the whole family. So by partnering with some of our parent and family engagement organizations and some of our esteemed educators and community leaders, we will be able to do the following. We're going to offer parent engagement classes throughout the academic year, partnering with those Saturday schools and after school to meet them where they are. By doing so, it's going to narrow the generational gap. We're going to connect with the students and the teachers, connect them to the world around them. We're going to help to make connections between the different cultures so we don't see each other as different, but we see more of what we have in common. We're going to change the narrative centered around parenting and family dynamics, offer what it means to be consistent in your parenting, open communication, provide that platform, teach each other, the parents, not only just the parents, but our educators, our school staff. How can we understand the family structures that currently exist in Buffalo Public Schools so that we can further the outcomes for these participants, for their families, and for our community? We're going to offer social emotional clarity for our parents and for our family partners through early intervention, family engagement, through our incarceration ministries, and I look forward to seeing the fruition of Ms. Triplett's initiative. God bless you on that. Teaching cultural history to our participants and their families so they can see what are the historical outcomes and implications from not only, you have to look and you have to know where we came from so we can know where we're going. That's where we are now, and that's where we want to go moving forward. Next slide, please. So through your support, what is the payoff? The benefits of a community leadership program with the partnerships of the parents and the students is going to be insurmountable. Youth in grades K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12 will work in various groups to learn their cultural history, social emotional skills, self-empowerment, resiliency, diversity, integrity, and career exploration, all in an effort to break the generational barriers while encouraging positive outcomes. And next slide, please. At your own leisure, please take a look. How are we going to get this going on such a large scale? There's so many different ways to eat an elephant. We just have to open our eyes to our community and the needs. We can have pep rallies. We can do giveaways. We need to give away books. We need to promote literacy. We need to leverage you, our board members, and the superintendent. We need to get guest speakers from our community. We need to leverage our community health organizations. And of course, the young people, if you build it, they will come. And if there's a DJ, the young people are pulling up. Next slide, please. So once again, thank you all for your support. Thank you for your time on this evening. Thank you for everybody who came out to let your voice be heard on all of our behalf from everybody in our community. We are the Community Leadership Program. Thank you for your time and collaboration. We will increase the academic, community, and social emotional development outcomes for youth in our community. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for your presentation, Ms. Gabrielle Mosier. Very, very powerful. This group is about action. This group is not about sitting around anymore in the city of Buffalo and watching what happens, to our children without having an input or adding value to their lives. I also like to add one thing we passed through was grief counseling also. So we're looking at extended grief counseling roles that our ministers can play in the lives of children who maybe went through a traumatic experience. And we also, it's all-inclusive for all students, no matter what race, creed, or color. We're here to support all students, and we have other groups that will come in also in the future that we'll talk to with the Muslim community to address our Muslim students, and also other ministers that wants to be involved. Now, what you've seen tonight was just a couple of our ministers that's wishing to be part of this program. We heard the cry that our community don't get involved with our kids in our school system and education. So this is our community coming tonight, stepping up and showing that they have a promise to our community and they want to open their church doors and also come into our doors here in the Buffalo Public Schools to reach our children where they need to be met at. You got to come to children and meet them right where they at in their life and their plight. And this demonstration or illustration tonight don't show that we have people in our community that cares about our kids, that cares about education, and invested their lives, to help our community and help our children. If we don't, I feel personally that we don't take this opportunity and take the deep dive into this and activate these type of programs, that we're actually missing out. We're not doing the jobs that we set forth to do. So I thank you so much. Right now, I'd like to give it back to our superintendent, Dr. Tanja Williams. And once again, give our team here another round of applause for coming out, spending so much time tonight. and all of the community meetings, the tireless, long community meetings that we've been having to trying to find some formulas and some metrics to put together of how they can work in the day school programs, the after school programs, and the Saturday Academy programs. And lastly, to try to get the doors open to, in the summertime to our kids and get the doors open so that we got an open door policy, not only here in the city of Buffalo in our school district, but in our churches also. It takes a team to raise a village. And our villages are here, and these are our team. So we really got to have that input into our community. So I thank you guys so much. And I really see this group, this organization going so far, not with the Buffalo schools and also here in the city of Buffalo, in the county of Erie and the state of New York. This is the pilot program for it. And I believe that it's vastly expanded because we're receiving calls every day from more ministers that want to be part of this group and this team. And there are also others that we didn't bring in tonight that want to speak, but we know because of time restraints, and we just made it under an hour that we can move forward. So Dr. Tanja Williams.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really want to, on behalf of the board and myself and, the team that's on, parents that may be listening, thank every single one of the presenters that came in tonight. It's certainly quite a coalition. I took a lot of notes. I do have questions and would like to meet to discuss it a little further. So I will reach out to Ms. Mosier along with Dr. Reynolds, who really leads our community initiatives, and just speak a little more, peel some layers, and talk about, some of the goals that we have and see how we can work together on this initiative. Very, very thorough, just wonderful information. Again, I have pages of notes that I took on all of the presenters that came forward. Certainly it was like a who's who listing of folks in the community that want to support our children. And I certainly appreciate that. We just have to make sure, everything is aligned with what we're doing. And so I think I'll be able to speak with Ms. Mosier and get some of the questions that I have answered and just peel some layers. And I'll include Dr. Reynolds, probably Dr. Morrell, and we'll sit down and have a conversation about some of the offerings that they discussed.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank
and also,
you.
I'd like to leave a Q&A for the board. And you guys, I'm not going to pick an order because of time, but just go ahead and raise your hand or chime in if you want to make any comments or remarks or any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank all of the leaders who came out and who had the opportunity to speak about what they have to offer. I always believe that collaboration with public education is critical. The Buffalo Public Schools can't do everything and be everything to everybody. And so I think your program and what you have to offer is worthwhile. And as Dr. Williams said, she will reach out to you to further peel away some of the questions that you had. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. If anybody else want to chime in or have any comments or responses?
I have a question, and I appreciate and thank you all for coming out and giving such a thorough presentation. And everything that was brought to the table is exactly, we need more participation from everyone on all the levels that you brought to the table. I have just a comment is that with everything that was brought to the table, I'd love to see when you peel back, everything that you're going to bring, how are we communicating with other groups as far as diversity goes, and who are you teaming up with as far as like different cultures, maybe different beliefs. I know faith, this is very faith-based. So what other, beliefs are we teaming up with, since the BPS community is made up of so many cultures and beliefs? That's something that, I'm sure Dr. Williams will be addressing as well. But my question is for you, Dr. Williams. Years ago, Eric Rosser and myself, Citizen Action, some community members came together around really looking at the CBOs already within the Buffalo Public Schools and trying to, you know, really look into what they're all doing, weed out the complacency, uplift the folks that are really doing great work. There was an actual structure that we were going to look into, and then Eric left us for greener pastures. So I was wondering if that was looked into, and if not, I just want to make sure that, you know, we had 137 at that time, how many years ago, CBOs working within the BPS. And I believe that we need to really take a deep dive into that as well as we're taking in new folks. I'm not saying don't take in anyone else till we look into it. What I am saying is let's make sure that we're not, and being real, you know, folks can feel any kind of way about this, but I really feel like if you're not pulling your weight and you've been kind of skating by and all these groups are coming to the table with some real substance, and they have been coming at the table and knocking at the door for years and years. And because we were either at capacity or didn't have the money or didn't, you know what I mean? We couldn't honor even the requests. So I would really like to figure out if we can re-engage that conversation, bring the community into it as far as just a list of folks that we are working with, and see who's really, you know, who are we supposed to be uplifting and giving opportunities to? How many vacancies should we have, and should we let go some of the folks that have just been pretty much doing the okie doke with the BPS because they know they can fly under the radar? I mean, I feel like that's a real thing, and you know, we need to really, as a district, look into that so we can welcome, you know, groups who bring great substance to the table.
So that's exactly what that asset mapping piece is going to do. Look school by school to find out what community-based partners we have there. Again, what school supports, where the needs are the needs being met? Are they not? How long have organizations been there? What have been the outcomes? That's exactly what the asset mapping piece is going to do.
Will we be covering the ones that are in our, the ones that we're bringing to our community schools as well in our Saturday programs, or is that more say yeses, recommendations and wheelhouse? So I feel like that's kind of an in for folks too, and we do have such great programs, and then we have programs that we may not have a lot of engagement in. So how do we support those ones who may not have a lot of engagement but do great work, and how do we weed out the ones who, you know, are just kind of there? You know what I'm saying? So as long as we're incorporating all of that, then I'm down and I'm ready to help out with that in any way I can.
Okay. I think the first step is for us to first just look school by school and see, you know, what's even there. Take a look at, you know, test scores, suspension rates, attendance, you know, identify what the goals were for the organizations that are there. How long have they been there? Are they meeting with students? Now, this year has been a little different because some of our community partners haven't been able to get into schools to do some of the work. So we'll have to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to say thank you to the community presenters. And I'm not sure, but are you going to have additional forums for other people who also want to do the same type, or because they can do so much, but we need a lot more for this. Are you planning on using your committee in the future for more people like this? Because I would recommend that you talk first to the superintendent and let her review it. And then what will happen is she will be able to move it forward, and the board would just get a summary of what they're going to do when she permits it, because there are a lot of people out there that would also like this opportunity. And our board time, I think we can use our time. I think in respect to the superintendent, if we give her that opportunity, she can move it forward and then bring it to the board as they present it. I think that's a better a way that it can get done, because as she has a bunch of questions, had she met with them first, then her questions would have been answered, and it probably would be in an RFP being issued at this point. to move it forward. So I suggest moving forward that we get the superintendent involved in these first, because this is a great program and I'm looking forward to seeing if we can do something with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Sharon Bellin-Cotman. This is a great program. I do agree. This team, we've been meeting for quite a while now, and before the installment of our new interim superintendent, and we was projected for this date to present. And this conversation went on with the previous superintendent, and as we talked about the installation of this and bringing our community partners together. So it's been going on for a while now, the works for it. And it just so happens that it happens today into the Dr. Taja Williams' second week, as our superintendent here at the district. So let's work together, as Dr. Taja Williams said, to set a date and work with Gabrielle about putting programs and instituting and see what works where. We have a great number of individuals here who's willing to dedicate their times, and they also bring in members from their membership in. So we're looking at possibly having up to 50 to 100 people, come into this district, including sorority sisters and other entities that work together, like in the prison ministry, that will come together and work with our children in our district. So the possibilities are endless. And like I said, it's more ministers that didn't come on tonight, and it's others that's calling, to be part of this group. So yes, we are looking to push this project on more, to involve more community groups, more ministers, and bring ministry back into the schools. That's the aspect of mentoring and counseling. We got people that certified this group for counseling. They didn't tell you everything, and certified to teach. So there's a slew of people in different areas that we can reach our children at. And this community leadership program, I believe, is a start for a great combination here in our district. And I really respect, these men, because there's a million other things they could be doing, but they're ministering and preaching to our community, and they feel that the way to change our communities is get to our children and get to our schools and make the change here. You got to mentally change they patterns of thinking and patterns, and try to work with the whole concept, to reach the parents. So this is something that we've been talking about for a long time as a board and as a district, and this is our opportunity to get into those homes, to talk and speak with those parents, and also working with our partners with Say Yes, who's willing to help push this along and get our presenters certified in mentoring. I don't see, any other way, or any other groups that came along that can do what this group is capable of doing.
Well, I'm going to beg to differ. I feel that they bring an asset and we can use them, but I feel there are quite a few other groups out there that have made it known that they want to help with Buffalo Public Schools, but has not been given the audience at this point. And so I'm sure our superintendent is going to work on that. I'm just concerned that if opportunities are provided, that we are equitable and our opportunities that can be provided. And so when we use a work session like this and go to that level, then what other people are texting and saying is that, when can my group come on? So I think we need to be mindful that the superintendent should, and her staff should be, moving that forward and bringing it to the board, so that the board can focus in on an attendance report and a suspension report, and start doing more things that drive student, my opinion anyway, that involves more student engagement. But I love what they've done, and I appreciate everything they've done. And I am so glad to see the community is coming forward. But I really feel that we have to be equitable in what we do, and we need to be mindful of that. Okay, and so that's what staff is there for. And the board gets the recommendations of the superintendent, and we move forward with that. So we got a lot of staff members that are capable of meeting and assessing things, and I'm sure they're going to do something with this program, because we need, I just said, we need more student support, but we have to be equitable as a board. And now that you open up this, then we have to open it up for other people to be fair. So we have to be careful what we do.
Thank you. I do agree that we do have other programs out, people who have been overlooked in the past, And my doors are always open. My phone number, I answer my phone all times of day, all times of night. And just think about the work that was placed to work with these groups here. We have a national NAACP group that's willing to bring, other supports in for our community also. So when we look at all the groups that's here, it's endless to the possibilities, and other groups in the city of Buffalo who wants to come in and work. Like I said, I'm receiving phone calls already from other groups, and text messages, how can we get involved? And I do want to support those groups also. And I wish for the district to work together to support them also.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to the partners that showed up tonight that want to work with our district. So we have one more presentation for the evening, and that will be under the chairwomanship of Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. And I believe it's under our Student Achievement Committee. And we're going to hear this evening from Ms. Ebony Bullock, who oversees our Office of Shared Accountability. She's our chief, and some of her staff as she shares some information with us regarding high stakes data and attendance and graduation rates. Dr. Evans Brown.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Williams. What's your pleasure, board? Would you like to take a 5-minute or you want to continue?
5 minutes.
10 minutes?
Say 5, because 5 will be 10.
We have
Okay, 5 will be 10. So those in favor, raise your hand.
5 minutes. 5 means 5,
right,
though.
5 minutes.
Means 5.
Dr. Brown, Dr. Evans Brown, I have to go pick up my son. I'm going to get on audio, so I won't be on video, and then I'll come back when I get him. I have to bring him back home.
All right, cool. Mommy have to be mommies. See you in 5.
Oh my God. That's why I go home.
Okay, it looks like it's been about 7-8 minutes. Hi, Ab.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Soon to be Dr. Bullock.
Soon. Soon come, soon come.
All right, we'll wait a couple of more minutes.
Hello, everybody. I would just like to steal the stage for a little bit. It's Admir. Next week, when we're going to be at the waterfront, if everybody can bring their laptops, we might be doing some swapping. We got some new devices for the people that didn't get the new laptops from the district. So just an FYI, if you can all bring your laptops to the next board meeting.
Yay!
Does that include the cabinet, Admir? I'm joking.
Everybody, just everybody. And the video is back on. All right,
Thank you, Amir.
Yep.
I know it's a struggle. The first email I sent you that first day?
Yeah, I did not get that one.
That we talked?
I don't think it went through. Yeah, I don't think it went through.
It might not have came through at the time.
I double checked.
Are we live?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna get started. Only because it's getting late, and we have.
This was going a little long. That was the only reason I sent you that text. That was.
I didn't even see it.
Oh, I said it's a polite reminder. All right, just so you know it's there.
We're live.
All right, so
Okay.
if you're not talking, please mute. We're going to get started. This is the March 9th Student Achievement session. And we're so excited to have transparency in our district in terms of attendance, suspension rates, as well as graduation rates. 10 years ago, when I was working on my dissertation, I remember the Buffalo Public School graduation rates was at a mere 48%, and it sort of soared to about 56%. Other urban districts in this country to see what that looked like. And what I found was that they had similar near graduation rates as well. So for example, in Chicago, their graduation rate at that time was 38%. Philadelphia was 45%, and so on. Today, our graduation rates in Buffalo is now 78.5%, up a little from last year, 2.2%. So contrary to the narrative that's out there in the atmosphere, our kids do graduate, and they graduate fairly and on time. So on time means that kids graduate in 4 years, from the 9th grade to the 12th grade. That's considered 4 years on time. So we want to change that narrative in this district, that our kids work hard to get out of high school. They aspire to change the world. They also become teachers, business people, lawyers, doctors. I know a lot of them. Matter of fact, 4 of my nieces last year graduated from this district. One got a full scholarship to Syracuse in her 2nd semester right now. One graduated, and she graduated from Syracuse, Hutch Tech. Full scholarship to Madai, that's the second one. The third
critically thinking about where she want to go. The last one in fourth, she's at ECC doing a 2-year college education. So I'm convinced that we can do better. But I'm also convinced that we have been successful in a lot of ways. Yes, there's room for improvement in many areas. But I'm here to tell you that our kids do graduate and they work hard to do that. So with that said, and I also want to just say this, our colleges and universities can do better as well. Okay, some of our kids do go to college. I was one of those people. Back in the 70s, I'm not going to tell you how old I was, but I remember I had to take a developmental math course before I took a college level math course, and I was a pre-pharmacy major. So it does happen. So our colleges and universities need to work with us, this district, to help us to reduce that developmental stuff. I don't know how, but we need to take a look at that as well to mitigate, the process of developmental courses. So with that, I am going to turn it back over to our Superintendent, Dr. Tonya Williams, to introduce her staff.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans-Brown. I see our next presentation is really bringing everything full circle. We started talking about the budget. We know that, the budget is what drives a lot. It's very important that things like diversity, equity, and inclusion are part of that. We next heard, from a wonderful collaborative that has a whole litany of resources that they want to provide to our students in order to help them be successful. And so now we're going to hear from our chief of accountability. And so I'm really interested to hear from Mrs. Bullock, what our cohort information looks like. She's going to share some definitions with us on what that really means. As far as attendance, what our attendance looks like. Her office, in lightning speed, was able to post so that all of our parents, families, community members, and whomever, I asked the question and 24 hours later it was done. So we have posted now on our webpage suspension reports and attendance reports, and that came under Ms. Bullock's leadership. So I appreciate that. It's another example of the district being more transparent, and I'm looking forward to the presentation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Lady Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, Superintendent Dr. Tonya Williams, and all of our other esteemed board members. It is my great pleasure to be co-presenting with my colleague and soon to be Dr. Laura Samulski-Peters. She is your Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Shared Accountability and your Data Protection Officer. We serve at the pleasure of you all, and it is our pleasure to do the job that we do. Admir, if you could put up our presentation. As Admir is doing that, I just want to say that I concur with everything that was just said. There is much, much good news to celebrate. And first, we're going to start off with our first slide. I do know that Dr. Williams has, if you can go to the next slide. So our next slide is the Ed Bargain. We have done some updates to this slide, so I'm not going to go into it. I don't have the updated language on this slide, and I'm sure that Dr. Williams will roll that out soon enough. But what I want to say is that, in essence, our Ed Bargain is a promise. It's a two-way promise. It's a promise that what we as a district will provide to our families, our students and our families, and what our families and students will provide to us in that deal to make education impactful for all students. Now, as we always should, in this bargain and in the successes that Laura and I are going to talk to you about, we give first congratulations, we give first credit to parents, because we know that they are all of our students' first teachers, and we know that students have done everything that they could. They show up with all that they have. They show up with their hopes and their dreams the best that they can every single day. No parent sends a broken child necessarily. They send the best that they have, and they want us to partner to pull everything great out of them and to make sure that kids have a great world-class education. And what you're going to see in tonight's work session, Laura and I are going to show you, we have done that. We are turning the ship around. In a recent interview, I told a reporter, listen, we're not handing out diplomas with lunch. If you think that our students and our teachers and our families are not doing everything that they can in the classroom to earn a diploma, we're going to start showing you a different narrative. We're going to start showing you exactly what we're doing. And so that's what this presentation is about. We're going to show you how we have increased access, we've increased equity, we've increased opportunity, and we increased quality across our academic and our behavioral programming. So we're increasing access, equity, opportunity, and quality in academics and social emotional learning. And we're going to show you what that means in terms of graduation and what that means in terms of attendance. Admir, go to the next slide. Laura's going to talk to you a little bit about what a cohort means for graduation. And this is a very interesting conversation. It's an important conversation because sometimes we have some of our babies that are in our high schools for 4 years. That doesn't always mean they're included in a graduating cohort. So Laura's going to explain to us exactly what the cohort means, and then we're going to get into some other discussions. So go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Ebony, and thank you, board members and Dr. Williams for allowing me this opportunity to share this with you. So tonight we're going to talk about the students that graduated from the Buffalo Public Schools during the 2021 school year. So June of 2021 and August of 2021. Those students started high school during the 2017-2018 school year, which made them members of the 2017 cohort. So that's how we calculate who belongs to our cohort. They started their 9th grade year anywhere during the 17-18 school year. Our final number of students in the 27 cohort was 2,597 students. Out of those 2,597 students, 2,039 of them were considered graduates as of August of 2021. 259 of those students were still enrolled in the Buffalo Public Schools as of October 30th, 2021. And 255 of those students had dropped out as of October 30th of 2021. So when a student drops out, sometimes they let us know that they're leaving. Sometimes we have students who just stop coming to school and we're not always sure where they went, but they're still considered a dropout. What we're doing right now is we are working with the Student Supports Department, and we have a group of attendance teachers who come and work on Saturdays over at School 4, and they're making phone calls, they're reaching out to families, they're doing home visits, and on their list are these 255 students that left school. And what they're trying to do is, number one, make contact with them, and number two, if the child has not completed high school anywhere, they're giving them some options. They're either trying to get them into a GED program, or in some cases, trying to convince them to come back to school and finish up. So we are doing this important reach out with our own staff members, trying to get some of these students back in. Adna, we could go to the next slide.
Laura, I just wanted to add a point. I'm sorry, Admin, just go back. Just another flesh out. So I just want us to be clear. The 259 students that are still enrolled, they will either be 5th year or 6th year graduates. And that's going to connect to a conversation later on when I talk to you about some of our alternative programs that we are using to support students who don't graduate in the 4 years. I also want to just give a quick little shout out to the special education department, because in that cohort that we talked about just now, we do have kids who've graduated with a CDOS or a special education credential. And that's important to know too, because again, we're reframing the narrative. Our kids, we are going to open multiple pathways for our students to graduate. And the graduation pathway is not just a straight 4-year pathway. And however they get out, 4, 5, or 6, we're going to celebrate that. But we have great news to celebrate with our 4-year. I just had to add that in. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Ebony. So this slide that you have in front of you is showing you a historical view of the New York State and BPS graduation rate over the last 19 years. Generally speaking, as we begin to make increases in our graduation rate in the BPS, the state implements some type of change that kind of takes our students some time to get used to. As an example, if you can see the first line, the first black line that cuts through these line graphs with the 2006 cohort, the goal was changed. The RTTT, the Race to the Top application aspirational goal of 95% was put in place, and some of our metrics changed. And you can see that right after that, shortly after that, our graduation rate took a little bit of a dip down to 49%. Our students began to make increases again after that once they kind of got used to the new requirements. And then a couple of years later, the graduation rate standard became 80%, but with changed requirements. So again, we had to shift our focus, and in order to get our students prepared to get used to that change and be back on track to meet our graduation rate goals. So then you can see that change in 2009, but since then we've been on a slow but steady increase. As you can see, the chart after that second black line really has been increasing. And this year, our 2017 cohort is at the highest it's been. So the orange line represents our August graduation rate, which ended up being 78.5%. And our June graduation rate is the blue line just underneath it at 76.4%. What's not represented on this graphic, but I can share with you, is that the New York State graduation rate for August ended up being 86.1%. That would be the yellow line. And then the gray line, the June graduation rate for the state, came in at 84%. So when you look at the gap between the Buffalo Public Schools graduation rate and the graduation rate for New York State, we have really in the last few years closed that gap. So last year for the 2016 cohort, our graduation rate gap in June with the state was 8%, and in August it was 8.5%. This year for the cohort 2017, our gap in both June and August decreased to 7.6%. So we are slowly but surely closing that gap between our BPS students and the state overall. Also, we have spent quite a bit of time cleaning this data and ensuring that there are no mistakes in any of these numbers. So in the past, we did have some fluctuation in our graduation rate due to data being reported that wasn't necessarily combed through and cleaned the way it probably should have been. But over the last couple of years, our office has really made a huge effort to make sure that these numbers are as clean as we can get them, and we can stand behind these numbers and say these are the exact numbers of students who graduated from the BPS. We've been over them and studied them, and these are accurate numbers. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. So this slide is showing some of our subgroups and their performance over the last few years. So as you can see from this slide, our 4-year graduation rate for students with different abilities has increased by 12.5 percentage points over the last 3 years. Additionally, our 4-year graduation rate for English language learners has increased by 36.5 percentage points over the last 3 years. So our graduation, our subgroups are graduating at a much higher rate than they were 3 years ago. And I'm going to turn it over to Ebony to talk a little bit about why that is.
So what we know is that our students, even those who may need the support of an IEP or a 504, or students who may need the support of an English as a new language learner teacher, we know that they are just bursting already with knowledge. And it's our job as the professionals, through strategic pedagogy, it's our job to draw that out. And so that's what we're doing. We're leveraging our CLRI programs. We're leveraging our ARP and ESSER monies to provide, again, that increased access, opportunity, and equity. More, you'll see programs such as our MBK program helps our young men of color connect, whether they are gen ed, special ed, English language learner. It's helping them connect with instruction at a very deep level. It's helping them see themselves in their the things that they're reading, the lessons that they're engaging in. All of our work is being mediated through culture and language, and we're tapping into kids' natural abilities. Students are having more opportunities in the arts, in the sciences, and math. All of our high schools offer our high school students the ability to not just take Regents courses, but to take advanced placement courses and other college credentialed courses where they can get quickly up to speed to where they need to be and get into courses that will help them post high school. They get opportunities like JROTC, where they get other kinds of life skills and are able to apply what they're learning in areas of which they're going to be able to pursue after college. We have all of our wonderful Voc Ed programs. All of this helps kids want to be in school, help them in their core content area classes, help them strive and persist through so that they're able to graduate on time. They see themselves in every class. Also, what's helping with this is our unique and really innovative summer programs and extended learning programs, where we are quite honestly using and leaning on community-based organizations to come in to help our students make up opportunities. We have Grad Point and things of that nature where kids can come in one-on-one or in small groups and make up credits where they might need to make up. And so these are all excellent opportunities for kids to tap back into school, make up credit, or get advanced credit so that they are able to graduate on time and see themselves in activities that they might want to do after high school. Next slide. Laura's going to talk to you about some more specific data as it relates to our graduation rate.
Thanks, Ebony. So this slide is exciting because there's so much green on the slide. This is a list of all of our high schools and their graduation rates. And any school that is highlighted in green has a graduation rate of higher than 70%. So you can see from this graphic that 11 of our high schools ended up with a graduation rate above 70%. So I just want to go through the highlights here. So we had 6 high schools with a graduation rate that was higher than 90%. Those were City Honors, Olmsted, Leonardo da Vinci, BAVPA, Hutch Tech, and Research Lab. And then we had another group of high schools that were higher than 80%, Middle Early College, Buffalo Culinary Arts and Hospitality, Emerson School of Hospitality, McKinley, Lafayette, South Park's in the next group, ending with Lafayette that was above 80%. And then the others that were above 70% were South Park High School, International Prep, Math, Science, and Tech, MST, Riverside, and East. Burgard is right on the cusp. Burgard is right there. We're working with Burgard and they're knocking on that door. And, you know, just 3 years ago, Burgard had a 50% graduation rate. So they're knocking on the door at 70, they're knocking on the 70% door right now, but they've made great gains at Burgard over the last 3 years. I also want to talk a little bit about the Newcomer Academy, which is our first school highlighted in red. That school's actually closed right now. The students that were at Newcomer Academy, for the most part, not all of them, but primarily are now at Lafayette and Riverside. However, when you close a school and you have students who potentially graduated from other schools but were part of their cohort, or who dropped out before the school closed, they still end up on technically on the graduation rate for that school. So that's why they were they were calculated a graduation rate even though they're closed, because there were still some students who didn't have a valid additional location for us to include them in. And then the last two schools on the list, Pathways Academy and the Academy School, those are schools that are really transition schools. They're there to help students who have fallen off the right path to get to graduation get back on the path. And if those schools are doing what they're designed to do, they're getting kids back on track and back into a high school, a traditional high school. So those two schools do have very low graduation rates, but that's because they're really doing their job. They're getting kids back on track and then funneling them to the other schools because they're those transitional types of schools. So Ebony's going to talk for a minute about the different programs that we have in place with some of our high schools that have contributed to these graduation rates.
Absolutely. So I want to, first of all, I want to just go back to the celebration of Burgard, right? So we have a school within 3 years. And again, that's because of that strong partnership with Alfred. That's that strong welding component. That's that strong. Burgard is so phenomenal. They have community programs where parents and community members can go there on evenings and on the weekends to learn how to weld. So Burgard is not just supporting children. They are personifying. They're a true model of teaching people how to fish. So they're helping the children. They're helping the parents. They have a wonderful SEL programs going on, headed up by Arlene Adams, who is really in the grassroots, helping with getting some serious counseling and serious SEL wraparound interventions around the students and families. And that's all contributing. And that is making Burgard do what it's doing. Again, 3 years climbing from 50% to knocking on 70%. And that is worthy of celebration. And that is the whole community wrapping themselves around the students and family that go to Burgard. Laura talked to you about newcomers. I want to go a little bit deeper with a deeper discussion around pathways and 131, the Academy School. What we need to know about these schools is that they have been officially designated as transfer schools. And what does that mean? Number one, board, you need to know that transfer schools, they are given special allowances with respect to graduation rate. They're not held to the same accountability. And their primary focus is to take kids who are over age and undercredited, some of which who might just be coming out of adjudication. And exactly what Laura said, we help to put them on the right path. We create strategic programming for the students that would include high intervention for academics and high quality intervention for social emotional needs for those students. So they have individualized programming. With Pathways, kids can go to a site and they are in a classroom and they have a teacher that's working with them, but they may be on any given day engaging in several subjects on the computer via like a grad point type program, and they're there to make up the credits that they do not have. These are not the students who would have graduated in their 4-year cohort. They are always going to be on track for 5 and 6 year. So 4-year may be red, right? But 5 years probably orangey, and then 6 years definitely gonna look much better for those schools. And what we probably have to do, quite frankly, as a department, is to do better with giving you guys the 5 and 6 year grad rates for these buildings. So the red looks a little scary for these two buildings. What I want to say to you and what I commit to you is we need not worry. Toya Wilson and David Hills, they're working together with Dr. Williams and the entire student supports department and our wonderful chief academic officer, Ann Botticelli, to again create strategic programming for these students. I want to tell you that also what these students do, or what these programs also are doing, is they actually are helping our other buildings. And let me tell you how they're helping our other buildings. Our other buildings who have students who have high needs, high academic needs, high SEL needs, and it is not just a gut reaction. It's a process. But if we have a kid in that situation who needs that a traditional school setting is not working for them, we now have the ability with Pathways and with Academy, being that they are they're designated as transfer schools. We can take that student with high needs, put them in Pathways if the Pathways program works for them. If not, we can consider the 131, the Academy School. And if they have programs there that will work for that student can go there. We are working to build those programs up. And that's just a moment of transparency. It is not where we want them to be, but the plan is to continue to wrap ourselves around Pathways and Academy schools to get them best in class in this area of being a transfer school, to help students who their needs are a little bit different, cannot be met in a traditional school. So, but even in that, if you look at where Pathways and where Academy was in terms of graduation rate 2 or 3 years ago, again, they're making slow gains. And they're having they have the staff, and they're getting the training, both staff and students, to deal with those high needs in a way that's conducive. So we still have much work to do there, but that's the plan. They're transfer schools. They're there to deal with kids who have high needs, and that's what we're going to do. We will address them at their needs. We've done some really miraculous things at Pathways and Academy with some flexible kind of schedules for the kids. We have some kids that are there every day. We already know that Pathways, the kids engage in their lessons via computer or one-on-one, small group. We attack their needs however we need to. And they also get on-site, again, very specialized and sophisticated counseling and support that they need to master both their academic and their behavioral needs. So what I want you to remember is that when we think about Pathways and Academy, we're thinking 5 and 6 year graduation rate. And we're going to do better with clarifying the data around those two schools. Laura, my assistant superintendent, she's really good at that. That is her primary function, is teasing out the data. And I commit to you that we will be presenting to you as often as you'd like clearer data for Pathways and Academy, because there is a success story there. They are helping children. We're getting through some bumps, but there are some success stories there. And so now we're going to go on to, I do want to make a note that Buffalo, it is unique that Buffalo has a school like Pathways and a school like Academy schools in-house. We should have another meeting around, but other districts do it slightly different, where they place them in a BOCES. We don't do that. what we're doing. So that was the last point I wanted to make about that. And then what Laura and I would like to do is open the graduation rate conversation up for discussion. Is that okay, Chair Lady? Dr. Evans-Brown?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for that thorough presentation. And I'm sure that some of my colleagues here have questions. I don't see any hands. Okay, Sharon Belton-Cotman, you're on.
So I have a question. Thank you for your presentation this evening. Sorry that it's so late. You guys work such long hours. I feel bad keeping you this late. But I have a question because in my conversations with principals, they feel that the transfer schools, particularly the Pathway Academy, could better be utilized if it was under them. In other words, they could move students in and out of those programs versus how it's currently being done, and it's a very costly program, okay? And so in talking to principals, and I don't know if this conversation has been had with them, where they basically say that if Pathways was under them, they would be able to move students in and out of the program as they needed it. Where currently there's an enrollment situation where there's a maximum enrollment or whatever under that program. And what they're basically saying is that they feel that this program could be better utilized. Has anyone had a conversation with them about this? Because I've had two principals tell me that they could improve their graduations rate if they were able to have that be under their umbrella.
Thank you for that question, board member comment. That's a great question. And from what I understand, I do know that my colleagues Toya and David are on the line. I do believe that various models and ways of moving students in or out are on the table for discussion. And from what I understand, if a principal needs to have a child moved into either Pathways or Academy 131, they should speak to either Toya or David, their assigned ASL, and they have a system for working it out. That's the best answer I can give you right now. I can make sure I give a more accurate and more concise answer.
That's a good answer, but what I'm looking at is the cost factor. Okay, yes. So if we have, that's a very costly program. And for not to attach it to a technical skill or something, not to have it attached. These are children who have already illustrated that they need additional supports, and not to have a technical piece where they learn a skill attached to it. I'm wondering if we're underserving or not doing as much as we can for these children. Okay, and so I'm curious to know if we're having that conversation. I know, Dr. Williams, you're aware of a recently proposed program that was provided that was proposed and has not moved. I don't know where it's at. But I'm just wondering, when we look at the costs associated with that, you have a principal, you have assistant principal, you have staff. Why wouldn't that be under the school's umbrella and at least allow the principals the option to handle that program and make it more efficient? And if you're not going to provide some sort of a technical support for these kids, that's a concern of mine. When I say technical, I should say career, vocational. I should say more rather than technical, vocational support for these children to make sure that they get they come out of this with at least a skill or something, because they've illustrated that they're not the round pegs. Okay, so I don't expect an answer. This is all new, Dr. Williams, and I do expect for you just to consider that option, because when I look at the cost of that program, it may be great in what it's doing, but I think there's a more smart, less costly method of getting it done. I really do, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I know that we have Dr. Wright on the line, and she kind of coordinates our principal advisory committee, and there are secondary principal leaders that sit on that committee. And I think it's something that is worthy of perhaps discussing and seeing what the principal advisory committee is thinking about, you know, creating some opportunities, even if we pilot a couple, you know, and some starting with our CTE programs. So I will request that Dr. Wright put that on the agenda for one of the upcoming meetings.
I would, because when we look at the attendance on many of those schools, there was no attendance. And so my question is, how do we continue to move a program forward when we're not getting the results? And so I did speak to someone who does work with that, and they were saying that this year they've had great success. They've had over, I think, 121 credit hours completed or something like that. I'm not knocking the program. What I'm saying is, for the cost, it just appears that we can probably do it in a better way. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cotman. Anyone else have any questions on graduation before we move to the next subject area?
Dr. Evans, if I could just reiterate, when folks ask me, of course I'm biased because I love this district, but I assure them that number one, in terms of exemptions, DPS is not the only district that benefited from exemptions. Every high school in New York State benefited for the exemptions. But what we've done, especially in a pandemic, to refocus around supporting the whole child, the mind, the heart, the spirit of a child, to really get them ready and feeling comfortable and feeling accepted in classrooms, connected personally to the things that they're learning. That is, as Dr. Wright would say, that's the magic sauce. We've done so much work to make sure that kids who speak all different kinds of languages and our Black, brown, purple, green, and in between feel comfortable. We're doing so much work, the CLI work, the restorative justice work. All of that is the reason why our kids, even in a pandemic, persisted and graduated. We can give you the breakdown and the specific statistic, but one thing that you guys should know is, exemptions aside, cohort 27 was a unicorn. They were a unique group of young folk, and many of them actually were on track to graduate on time, even without an exemption. So we have kids that are doing phenomenal work and would be graduating. The exemptions are nice, but we have kids that are still showing up and still doing the work.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Did that work?
Yeah, because you're absolutely right. I know a lot of these. I gave you an example for my nieces, and that's not being biased, but other, young people who graduated in that cohort, despite the pandemic, as you mentioned, because they want to change the world, despite all of this other nonsense you see on the news. Our young people are the next generation. And, they are making strides, in their careers. I see Larry Scott have your hand up. Larry, board member.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. I just want to piggyback on what you just shared and what Dr. Bullock just shared. I said it last year, and Dr. Bullock just said it very well. The exemptions for graduation applied to everybody. Suburban, parochial, charter, every single student that graduated. Buffalo isn't the only district that had the exemptions and used the exemption. And similar to what Dr. Bullock said, I said this last year, just before the pandemic, I visited, I believe it was 6 of our new innovative high schools. And I saw firsthand from the principals the data that showed that many of those students were already receiving the credit for passing Regents exams and were slated to graduate with the Regents exam, whether there was going to be an exemption or not. And so I think that just needs to be reiterated over and over and over, that our students can succeed. And I think it also needs to be recognized that we have a diverse population of students and we have different learners. And I think the state needs to realize that a Regents exam may not be best for all of our students, whether they're in Buffalo Public Schools or somewhere else. And I guess my question for the staff is, we're probably going to be having Regents exams this year. And do we expect that this is going to likely, just like it's going to impact elsewhere, is it going to have a negative impact on many of our students, especially those that are ELL and students with disabilities?
So it's a great question, Board Member Scott. So yes, we will likely have Regents this year. I can't really conclusively say right now that it would have a negative impact or not. What I do know is the work of my colleagues is just inspiring. When I see, even you speak about your own children a lot, when I hear my daughter Brooklyn coming home describing to me this past Thursday in Miss Jenkins' class, she did a heart dissection on a real animal heart. When I see, nieces and nephews coming home and they're reading Born on the Water because they experienced it in the African American read-in, my heart says our kids are going to be fine. They're going to do fine. I know the work that CAI is doing. They're in buildings with the walkthrough tool, helping teachers, helping leaders understand how to look at student data, how to drive their decisions through what kids are showing today, not back then, but today, what they can and cannot do. My heart says our kids will do the very best that they can. Our Nadia Nashir hurt the multilingual department, blood, sweat, and tears. They're doing everything to support our students. But the Regents exams are tough. And all I can say is my colleagues and I, we're committed to this work, and we're going to keep pushing hard for our kids, and we're going to support them, and you support us, and we will make sure that our students show up and do the very best they can. We all know that those exams are just a number, and that's probably not an eloquent answer, Board Member Scott, but that's the answer I have this evening.
Dr. Bullock, that's a wonderful answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else going? Okay, Board Member Jen.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. I just want to say that I am inspired in a way that, it doesn't seem like there's such a long haul. It doesn't seem like we're up against it so hard with all of the things that we've been through and, all of the narratives. I really appreciate, Ms. Bullock, how you just give it real. Like, this is the truth. Here are the numbers. When people say they want to see data, you show them data, and now they're going to come back with, that's wrong. That's not, that's not, whatever. Any way you look at it, things are moving in the right direction. And we, I feel like there's new energy, and we're going to be able to really overcome. We have students who are seeing that this is, they're being supported, right? And I just had to comment on how, you don't have to give eloquent answers, because nobody's bringing eloquency to us. We're getting the negative and the nasty and the threats and the whole nine. So, you're doing this work to make sure people have something that they can look at, touch, and feel that's real. And I just want to encourage our staff and us as board members that, it's all with a grain of salt, because the numbers speak for themselves. People can twist it any way they want, and you are doing your thing in the accountability department. That word scares the mess out of so many people, and you're doing your thing and the staff is doing their thing. I appreciate you. Green means go. Look at all that green. Y'all really are inspiring me, and I'm looking at this as, you know, bring on the narratives however you bring it. I'm going to throw the data at you every time.
And I'm going to keep saying, we're not handing out diplomas with lunch. Our kids are doing the work. Our teachers are doing the work. We're doing walkthroughs. Our CAI department and our building principals, our building leaders, our instructional coaches. We spend a lot of money on instructional coaches. They're in the classrooms. They're turning the ship. We don't want double-digit jumps. That would indicate to people that we're doing something that we're not doing. Slow and steady wins the race. And that's really what we're doing, board. Collectively, that's what we're doing. It takes time to turn the ship.
It does. Okay, so thank you so much. Let's move on to your next presentation, suspension and attendance.
So, Chair Lady, I have to apologize. We do not have suspension today, but we can provide you with some suspension data. We do have attendance, though. And so I'm going to have Laura go ahead and start attendance. But Dr. Williams, Laura and I will make sure that you get a comprehensive suspension report to provide to the board. But you should know that September through January is posted where it normally is posted. It's back to where it was. And we do have the real-time data dashboard that you could pull to.
Where is that?
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to add that it's not where it was, but it is on our website. If you are on the main page, down in the bottom left corner, there's a little yellow circle that says district data. If you click that, there's a tab in there that says attendance and suspension data, and all the monthly reports are listed in there.
Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome. And February should be up by Monday at the latest.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And Chair Lady, as I said, if it is okay with you, I'll make sure that we send those reports to Dr. Williams and she can get them to you. It is on the web, but since you were expecting to have them this evening, we will make sure you have them in the morning.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
So Laura's going to go ahead. Admir, if you can go to the 10th slide. I think it's like 2 slides. If you hit, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Next slide.
Nope,
there you go, Laura.
No, we passed it. We have to go back one. Yes, that one. There we go. So this is just a quick explanation of average daily attendance. So average daily attendance, we take the total number of students that attended school each day the school was open for this school year, and divide it by the number of students that were supposed to attend school each day that the school was open. Multiply it by 100, and that gives us a percentage. This slide says ADA as of 2/7. My apologies, it should say 3/7. We checked and this one got biased. But as of Monday, which was the 7th, our ADA for this school year was 78.83%. And this percentage is available every single day on our public data dashboard, as well as our internal dashboard. So you are able to check it every day. It refreshes every night and recalculates. So it is available. Average daily attendance is different from daily attendance. So we do have a screen on the dashboard that talks about daily attendance, but daily attendance would just tell me for that day of all the students in the district that should have been there, how many were there. Average daily attendance is averaging up every single day of the school year and giving us that long picture of what the school year looked like. So we can go to the next slide. So this disaggregation is also as of this past Monday on the 7th. So you can see that by grade level, we are hovering for the primary grades around 80%, and our secondary grades are a little bit lower. They're in the lower 70% of students ADA. Also, we have the breakdown of ADA for you by race and ethnicity, by special education status, and by English language learners. And again, the district overall is 78.83%. So you can see where all of these different groups are in comparison to the district overall. So can we go to the next slide, please? So what we've done here is we've given you a daily overview of not ADA, but daily attendance rate. So every single day of the school year, what did our attendance rate look like? So you can see in September, we started off right around 80%. We started the school year. As we moved into October, we started to drop a little bit into the 70s. And we can move on to the next slide. November started off still right around the 70s, and there's little anomalies here and there. For example, if you look at the first day of November, that was a Monday that we had school, and then we were off Tuesday, so we took a little bit of a drop in our attendance rate. But for the most part, until we got to almost Thanksgiving, we were right around 70% with our daily attendance. And as we moved past Thanksgiving and certainly into the holiday season and the whole Omicron variant, we started seeing in December that our attendance rate started to dip down into the 60s and even 50%. There is one outlier on the December. That's Friday, December 17th. Ebony and I have had many discussions about Friday, December 17th. We're trying to figure out why that day was so low. And we're still working that out in our office. We can go on to the next slide. So in January, we did have a difficult time when we returned from break. As you can see, our attendance was hovering in the low 60s, high 50s. And that was when we had so many COVID cases in our schools and in our community. And it was reflected in our daily attendance rate. As we started to come out of that towards the end of January, you can see our attendance rate rising. And then into February was a little bit of a roller coaster. And to be honest with you, many of the lower days you see in February are days that we're remote. So we do have some attendance collection issues with remote school days, but you know, we're still working on those issues and calculating as students turn in work after the fact from the remote day, that increases our attendance rate. So right now you're looking at like a day in time when we pulled these rates. And since then, some of these days have increased because students have had the opportunity to turn in work because they were working remotely. Next slide, please. And then lastly, this slide shows you how we're doing so far in March. You can see we're still on the rise. We've had a few days in the 80%, and we're hovering pretty high, up around 80. And we're still, calculating these days and hoping that we'll continue to rise as COVID cases go down, and as the weather gets better, we're hoping more kids will be attending school on a daily basis.
So we showed you the sort of day by day look and how we're looking every day at attendance, because this is exactly what we're doing. And in September, back in October, Dr. Cash requested that Laura and I began to send him daily sheets to look at what is going on with attendance. And we really are looking every single day. So Admir, if you go to the next slide. So this is something that we sent every day to Dr. Cash. We now send it daily to Dr. Williams, and it is by school, and we did it high to low. So the schools that had the highest attendance all the way down, and he would get day to day, and we can look and see how each school is doing day to day with their attendance. What this helped us understand was we needed to really attack homeroom attendance taking. So one of the interventions we immediately put in, because of these daily sheets, we have a staff member in our department who every day pulls homeroom attendance out of Infinite Campus. And when she sees that there's a school that has even one homeroom not have taken attendance, she calls and she says, hey, school number 76.5, Mrs. Bullock hasn't taken attendance. That principal then calls Ms. Bullock and say, hey, you didn't take attendance. And so, and I'm going to talk about some of the other things we did to really attack absenteeism, because we needed to, yes, make sure families are getting their kids to school, but we also had a data collection, a data issue, right? We know bad data in, bad data out. And we knew that we were calling some families and they're saying, hey, Ebony's in school. She should have been marked absent. So we've done some things to make sure that we can stand by our data. So what you need to know is if a school is in green, that means they're above the district average. Red, they're below the district average. And we're just working on a way to, now that, let me circle back. We've attacked all homerooms must have attendance taken. We do know that some schools, particularly in the high schools, they have later homerooms to just make sure that they can accurately get how many kids are in, because, you know, sometimes kids may have a late bus or two. And so we want to make sure that we always have, to the best of our ability, the knowledge of who's in the building. So we attacked homeroom attendance taken. Our next big project that OSA and student supports are working on is really working on, when we go remote, reminding our wonderful teachers how to take attendance when kids are remote, right? So if the whole district is on remote, the teacher must mark the child present, which is different if they're in person. If they're in person and the child is present, they don't have to do anything. Am I right, Laura?
Yes.
Is that right? Yes.
Yes.
So when students are in person, the teacher doesn't have to go into Infinite Campus and mark them present. They have to mark them absent if they're not in, right? But it's the sort of the reverse, and it's a function of the platform that we have. And so that's what we have to do. We just remind. And so what we know now is certain schools will send out blasts, right? So, you know, hey, school number 76.5, remember, we're all remote today. Make sure everyone is signing in. You have to go in, go through Schoology, sign into your classes. Hey, teachers, remember, you mark the kids present. So again, it's just getting used to a different way of taking attendance when they're in remote. Now, if it doesn't happen, again, we can go back and we can look and see, did they sign into a class later on in the day and then mark the child present? Did they turn in homework or a class assignment and then mark the child present? And the same thing for our kids who are on virtual because of, you know, they might be out on a medical or something like that. We just have to make sure that as they turn in work or as they make contact with the school, they have to be marked present. That has taken some work to remind teachers. And quite honestly, we've also had to engage our school clerical staff because they are one of our front lines in cleaning up attendance. So if a child comes in later on in the day, it is the school clerical staff who would then go in and change that child from absent to tardy, which would then indicate that they were present in school. So if you go to the next slide, Admir, that
Ebony,
brings me
can
to
I
the
add
next
one initiative? I'm sorry, can I just add one thing that's going on to help clean up this data? And I have to really give Student Supports a shout out. They have been a wonderful partner with trying to clean up attendance data. And so what we have is we have IT staff in our office, and we also have some research aides and student supports who are constantly looking for irregularities. So for example, if a child's marked absent in homeroom, but they were present later in the day for classes, They're constantly sending myself and the director of attendance and the assistant superintendent and student supports lists of these irregularities that we then give to the attendance teachers. And the attendance teachers have been doing an amazing job of hunting down those cases and making sure that the student is correctly recorded for every day, so that we are not penalizing kids' attendance rates because of clerical or, data entry errors. So we have a lot of people in both departments really working on making sure this data is clean.
Thank you. I don't know if everybody sees that there's a small white box in front of the slide. I'm not sure, but this slide lists some of the enduring. And, as I went over these slides today with Dr. Williams, because we are very fortunate to have a superintendent now who her life's work has been about student supports, and she has intimate and intricate knowledge of attendance policies, attendance interventions. And so she has been, wonderful from the beginning of this year and last year, really helping us sort of turn the ship with this data. As we went over this slide, she said, you know what, Ebony, we don't really need to have COVID-19 on there anymore because our rates are going down. And what we do know is those of our children who are out because of COVID-19 or other sickness, they can still access learning. And so we're no longer going to put that on there as a barrier or a challenge, because it isn't. We've solved that. If kids are well enough to work, whether it's COVID or maybe they're having some other sickness-related absence issue, they're actually not even marked absent if they sign on to school. So say Ebony Bullock is out because she has the flu. I may have the flu and mom is not sending me because we don't want to spread the flu in the school, but I feel strong enough to work today. I sign on and I'm not marked absent. I get positive attendance, and I get great learning for that day. Transportation, we're resolving that. We all know what Cheryl Kennedy is doing. We all know the various plans that you've discussed that we're trying to do. Transportation is on the list still, but we're working on it. Weather, we all know that the cold weather months, some parents are just a little iffy about sending their kids out when it's so cold. That we always take a dip in the cold weather months. Behavioral infractions, that's sort of balancing out as well, because again, really with all of these, except for the immunization, I'll talk to you about that in a second. What we do know is this: if a child is out because of sick or because of any kind of behavioral infraction, if they have a device, they can log on, they can still get their academic and behavioral services that they need, and they will be getting marked present for school. They will get positive attendance. We have, a small set of kids who every year in October, November-ish, they're out because of New York State Public Law 2164. They have to get certain immunizations. And to be clear, if they miss 2 or 3 days, then they're already, in that at-risk category for attendance. So these are some of the barriers. We've already talked to you about the human error, specifically as it relates to when kids are learning virtually. Let me tell you about some of the things that we're doing to overcome those challenges and barriers. If you want to go to the next slide. Oh, okay, so I'll get to that in a second. This is a survey. Let me talk about this really quick. I apologize that my slides got a little out of order. Last month, Ramona, Dr. Reynolds, did a survey. Dr. Cash asked us to poll our community. So Dr. Reynolds worked with some staff and some of my staff, and we did a 2-question survey. If you're sending your kids to school, why? And if you're not, why not? And so some of the reasons that parents are saying that they do send their kids to school, they are sending them because of, many of our schools have wonderful opportunities: advanced coursework, sports, CTE programming, music, vocal art. And so they want their kids to be a part of those initiatives in schools, to take part in that. And then some of the reasons why they're not were some of the things that we just listed, and we're working to address all of those. So Dr. Reynolds' staff has those, and we're working with student supports to address the reasons why parents are not sending them. And my eyes are failing me just a little bit. We had a couple parents saying that sometimes, you know, it's weather, they're having challenges with remote access. But again, every time we get the voice of the people, the voice of our parents, we work to try to answer their concerns. And so, Admir, if you go to the next slide, here are some of the things that we're doing to decrease absenteeism. All schools are offering incentives. And I mean right from the beginning. All of our schools, all of our secondary schools do a wonderful job over the summer hosting freshman academies. All of our PK4 and PK8 buildings, they have Ready Freddy out at the beginning of the year. They have welcome back to school cookouts and family gatherings where they're giving families all of the information they need about the wonderful academic and behavioral programs at the school, and they're talking to them about getting to school. I know that Bennett Park Montessori and some of the schools that, again, that have pre-K, they have the buses out there. They teach kids what it means to get on the bus. So they do all of this front loading of this is why coming to school is important. And then throughout the year, they do different kinds of incentives. I know that at Bennett, LJB, they have the bango that comes out and they give kids their mascots, a cute little bango. He goes out and he goes into homerooms or other classes and he'll give kids candies or treats just to keep them encouraged because they're in school, they're learning. And schools have all kinds of champion breakfasts. I know 156 Olmsted, they have a quarterly champion breakfast where they incentivize students, not just for great grades, but for showing up to school. City Honors is something where they honor their kids who have perfect attendance by quarter. Every school does something where they, on the loud, you know, on the speaker, give shout outs to students to make sure they understand that grades are important. And the only way you can really get great grades is if you're in school every day. So we incentivize. We created a step-by-step manual. Again, we saw that there was an issue with attendance taking human error. So we have a manual that tells teachers how to take attendance. It gives clerks their responsibilities and their role with keeping attendance data clean. And so that is up on the OSA website. It's on the student support website. We do weekly attendance audits with student supports. Laura specifically works with Andrea Sanders every Friday and the attendance teachers, and they do weekly trainings. They do weekly audits of attendance. They talk about schools and drill right down to students and families that need support with attendance. We know that there was a targeted initiative to make sure that PELs are hired and in buildings, and we've infused that with even more targeted use of PELs to call parents and say, hey, parent to parent, why isn't Ebony here? What do you need? What can we do to help you get Ebony here? We had that initiative where we hired additional attendance teachers with ARP and ESSER funds. And so more schools have attendance teachers available to them to really support families in getting their kids there to school. I can't say enough about our programming, instrumental, choirs, musicals, sports, academics, again, access to AP and IB courses. We have still, you know, we're still trying to keep our families safe from COVID. So we still have a high level of COVID safety protocols. We don't require masks because we can't, but we're still enforcing the make safe choices, wash your hands, stay home if you feel sick, but log on to school, right? We're doing regular district and school level analysis of attendance data, academic data, and behavior because we know it all ties in together. We had that really innovative parent survey. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, and I'll end with this, we have some innovative Saturday outreach going on. Dr. Cash, one of the last things he approved from my office was for us to bring in attendance teachers on Saturdays. Attendance teachers do great work during the week, but what we know is sometimes we have to go as people, as someone even said it here this evening, we have to go to where the people are. So we are bringing attendance teachers in on Saturdays. They are calling, they're doing home visits. This first Saturday, under the leadership and direction of Laura and Andrea Sanders, they received training on how to do this safely. They will continue to get training throughout the process on how to work together, to do it safely, to use culturally and linguistically supportive and sustaining practices. We don't want our attendance teachers just barging into people's houses. They're doing it in a way that makes families feel safe, and they're going to be getting kids back to school. All of our attendance teachers were able to opt in to this initiative. They were hired in based on seniority and based on their availability. And Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, they are working almost every Saturday through, is it April?
No, we have eight Saturdays that go from, they started last week and we will do the last one at the end of June. But we will be there this coming Saturday. We'll be at school floor making our phone calls.
Right. So they start at school for the first. We're engaging families at the call level first, and then once we're calling, if we still don't get what we need, we will then move into home visits. But we're doing that, trying to get them, back to school any way possible. Laura, is there anything you want to add about the attendance Saturday outreach?
I just want to add, I just feel like I need to give one last shout out to student supports and Director Sanders and those attendance teachers. They were there on Saturday. They were finding kids. They were giving me names to, provide appropriate locations for, because they'd moved to other districts, and they were so excited to be there. They were like, thank you for giving us this opportunity to find kids. And I was just really impressed with how professional they were and how excited they were to do this outreach to our families.
So my board colleagues, we listened to you, we listened to parents, and we listened to the attendance teachers. They said we have to do something different. Last year, the amount of money that we're paying these attendance teachers, I want to tell you, we paid a private investigator who just really gave us a list of kids and information that our attendance teachers already knew. And they, quite frankly, they said, Laura, we had this information. We thought this guy was going to bring us the kids. So we said, Dr. Cash, that doesn't make any sense. Let's give that money to these attendance teachers and have them do that face-to-face work. And they're doing it. And they showed up and they were happy in the midst of the Shamrock Run this past weekend. And I think that kind of forward thinking, innovative, listening to parents, listening to attendance teachers, listening to you, listening to my colleagues, that quick pivot, I think is going to make the difference in finding students. And we're not just looking for board. We're not just looking for this current cohort. Laura said, Ebony, yes, it would be great to clean up the cohort that's going to graduate this year, but we should be even looking for little Ebony, who's a fourth grader, and we don't know where she is. Let's look for all of our students, because we hear the cry that there's students that we have not heard from. And so that's what these wonderful attendance teachers are doing. Just be clear, they're not just looking for our our missing, in air quotes, potential graduates. They're looking for all of our kids. Any of those kids that we say we haven't heard from, those are the kids that we're going after, and we're going to find them. Admir, you can close out the PowerPoint. And Chair Lady, it's our pleasure to open up for questions.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I believe that, aggressive outreach is important to reach out to our children, because they're out there and they can be found. And it looks like you've done some real innovative and creative work, in terms of that outreach, engaging at the call level and the home visits just to get the kids back. So that's really huge. I see Board Member Larry Scott's hand is up. Larry?
So great presentation, Dr. Bullock and soon to be Dr. Smolinski. Did I say that right? Peters. Just a quick comment. I think I have your answer for December 17th. Are you ready? That was the day of the outrageous TikTok message about violence.
Yes,
School
thank
violence.
you. We were checking weather reports. We were checking everything.
There's your answer.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you both.
That makes sense.
All right, Larry. Larry's in the know. Anybody else? Questions? Comments? Sharon Belton-Cotman, raise her hand.
Years ago, when we were struggling with attendance, there also was a report about staffing when the staff did not come to school. We saw a pattern of children. So I was wondering if we monitor or have we taken a look at or done a parallel graph in regards to that. I was just curious because that might have something to do with children wanting to come to school if their teachers are not in the building and things. And I also was going to share with them that was the day for the TikTok event as well, because I remember the conversations people were having. But I was just curious about that because I ran across that report. It's years old, but I did run across the report. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I think that we are missing a piece. I don't know how to incorporate it, however, but I think we may need to get a parent, maybe at the beginning of the year, maybe set our expectations and have our parents commit and agree to it. Maybe in some sort of a contract or something that they agree. I don't know if they often are incorporated into the engagement piece. And if they're told how important it is and what happens to children who don't receive a certain percentage and how many days, what it equates to learning loss. I think that in addition to that, as well as putting our code of conduct in some way, form, and fashion in every building. I think I've been in schools that have it, but I don't think all schools have it as you walk in. But I really think we might think next year about a contract between the teacher and the parents and the students and see if we can, and then reward those students. I mean, how hard would it be with permission of our parents to list the names of our students who come to school on a regular basis? How proud that would be to have it on our website that you're on a certain honor roll for attendance or something. Parents could go and look at that and be proud of that. Just little things like that incorporate them. But I really feel you guys have a handle on it, and I appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment, I can get it. I can get you a PDF copy of it, but you are able as a board to go in to your sign in to the dashboard. So internally, we have a metric that displays staff attendance, but we can certainly send that through Dr. Williams to you so that you have it with the.
Told me how to do it. I'm a little bit familiar with that data dashboard. I've been spending a lot of time out there on it, so probably not as much as I was, but because I'm more comfortable now. But I thank you. So yeah, you can send it to me, but I will look for it because what I'm looking for is to show a parallel with on a graph. If our children are in school, if the teachers are not, what happens with that? I'm just looking to see it just, put in comparison. But thank you.
But yeah, that's a good analogy because I know And I'm not going to tell you what church I go to, but when folks know my pastor's not there, they're not going to show up. Just saying. So I think I saw Board Member Paulette Wood's hand up. Paulette?
Oh, okay, guys, I'm just a little confused, so I'm gonna ask you to kind of help me to understand. I love your presentation. I love that you're reaching out for the children. I know we needed the attendance teachers to go out and find these kids, but my head is sitting here and I'm listening to the one presentation, and then I remember the last presentation, which had a chart on it, and it had all the different schools, and it had the attendance as only 25% satisfactory, coded green. And I stared at that chart, and I was trying to understand it. And then it had another section, and it said the children were critically absent, 1 day a week or something of that nature. Then the chart had another percent, at least 33%, that said severely absent. Now I know that was presented to us, and maybe it was because it was the winter and the buses weren't picking up children and they weren't getting there. But I guess what I'm trying to get my head to correlate three pieces of information that I've been given, and I don't know how to do it right now. So first is that report, which a lot of people have been saying, and our Albany Assembly people said our attendance is a mess, okay? So they read that initial report, which indicated like half of our children were not coming to school. And I was kind of worried, and I was like, oh my God, we gotta do something, we gotta do something. Then I got my financial data, which said we used to have 32,000 children, and that's what we were calculating our foundation aid and everything on, and that we're now 30,000 children. We lost 2,000 children. So I got this finance piece that tells me I've lost 2,000 children. I got previous reports saying we've got a chronic absenteeism problem with over 50% of our kids. And now I've got this wonderful report that indicates maybe it was the remote and they weren't marking the kids. Can you pull it together that was the old data wrong? Did something change, or it was bad, it improved? And how do we still wind up with 2,000 less kids? So I just can't correlate the three pieces of information I've been given. Help.
So first, I am going to ask Laura to jump in and help me with this, but I want to say a couple things. The reduction in the amount of students, that's about enrollment. So we have lost some students, right? People are leaving New York State. I don't like the narrative that we're necessarily losing them to other entities. The population in Buffalo has dropped some. So we have lost some students. So you're right there. And then all I want to say is your data protection officer, Laura, Paulette Woods, she's a woman of your own heart, let me tell you. She is a data cleaner. That is her calling. And what she has done is she has cracked some codes about the input errors. So there are some input errors. Laura, before I keep going and put my foot in my mouth, maybe you can help better explain.
I can.
Go ahead.
So I know exactly what graphic you're talking about. And that was a graphic that told us how many of our kids, just as you described, are severely absent, chronically absent, at risk. And so it's important to understand what those terms are saying. So basically, in order to fall in the severe category, which would have been the red bar that we saw on those graphics, you had to be absent more than 20% of the time we were in school. So let's just put that in perspective. Out of 30 days, if you miss 6 days of school, you will be in that red bar of kids. But you have 30 opportunities to miss a day of school. So not every child who's in that red bar is missing school on the same day. So what we presented today is daily attendance rates, which are hovering in the high 70s, low 80s. But we do still have that chronic, severe, at-risk, and satisfactory that are changing every single day because the target number of what you need to miss changes based on A, how many days you should have been in school, and B, how many days we've had school. So just another way to put it in perspective, in the green piece of the bar that we would consider satisfactory attendance, that means you've been in school 95% of the time. If you miss 2 days of school out of 30 days, you can't be in that green bar. So it's just a different way of measuring the metric. And I know that red, green, orange, that looks really scary because we have so many children in the red. But like Ebony said, there are some data systems going on that we are working to clean up that will improve those numbers. Some of it has to do with COVID. If somebody had COVID and was placed in quarantine, they're in the red. They just missed enough days of school in their mandatory quarantine to get placed in that red bar. So the daily attendance looks a little different because, like I'm saying, not everybody's all absent on the same day, but we do recognize that other one looked a little scary. Did that help clarify it at all?
Yes, but can you match it to now what you're presenting? If a child missed 6 days, that made them in the red. But that means, but that means that they actually attended 24 days. So that would actually give you this attendance of what, 80%. So even if they're in the red severe, we have 80% attendance. Is that kind of what you're saying?
It's kind of what I'm saying because I have to think of it like this. All of those kids who are falling in the red are not absent on the same day. So if they were, our attendance would not be 80%. But there could be some kids who are absent today, and tomorrow we have a different set of kids that are absent. Friday, we might have a different set of kids. So we're still hovering at 80% of our kids come to school on every given day. It could be that we have kids who take 1 day a week off, and then they're going to be in that red bar. But that isn't, you know what I'm saying? Like on the other 4 days of the week, they're there and they're counted towards the present kids.
If I can, it's also very similar to what we're looking at with our kids who are struggling behaviorally. We have a small group of kids. Now, their behaviors are like level 5. They're like big behaviors, but it's a small group of kids. It's the same thing with attendance. We have a small group of kids who are on paper really, really absent that we know are really absent. And they're absent a lot. And that's scary because they could get into trouble if they're not in school. But the great majority of our kids are getting to school every day. We want it higher than 80-ish%. We would like our secondaries to be around 85% and our elementaries to be around 90 to 92%. And we'll get there. I think this is also a discussion that we're having internally about what it means to be present for school. Is it present in person? Is it present virtual? How much work? What is the contact? And so we're having a very nuanced discussion. So Board Member Woods, you are right where you're supposed to be. We're all supposed to be scratching our heads saying, I can't figure this out because we're in a new space and we have to be thinking about attendance differently. The state is going to be the state, and the state is always going to hold us accountable to certain metrics. And even they're starting to loosen up a little, because this mess that they say our attendance is because they changed the game halfway through a year and said, nope, I want you to take attendance this way. And with a district our size, we can't flip like that. And they did that in the middle of a pandemic. And there's no excuses. We did the best that we can. But we have a small number of kids who have some attendance issues, and we're going after them. But right now, we have about 80%-ish of our kids coming to school. And we're going to incentivize them. We're going to incentivize their parents. We're going to incentivize and give teachers a pat on the back for taking attendance the right way. And we're going to wrap them around, keep them, and go after the ones that we know we need to get back in school.
Well, then just last question, does that mean that we don't have what appeared to be like we lost a third of our kids because of this 2-year pandemic? We didn't lose. How many kids did we lose who decided, I'm not going to school, they went to work, or they just they're lost, they're gone? I mean, I was given the impression that was a big problem too. So please give me some good news.
That number was not a third of the kids. It was approximately, back in the fall, it was hovering around 1,000 students, and we've now whittled it down to about 500-ish that we're still looking for on those Saturdays.
Now, do that include, so would, I know every year since I've been on this board, we've been receiving somewhere around 700 kids returned from charter schools. Has that happened yet?
Absolutely. We get students every day over at Central Registration, not just from charter schools, but students that move to the city. We get students from out of the country that have moved to the city, but every day that office is very, very busy registering new students.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Starkey over at Lafayette who just recently shared with us the number of Afghan and students from the Russia, I'm losing language, the country that Russia just took over. Ukraine. And I was surprised how quickly this has happened, but he has really his number of Afghan and Ukraine students from Ukraine have just shot up from these two different countries. We're getting students students who are in foster care. We have families who are migrant workers, and this is around the time where we start getting those kids coming into our district. So it's fluctuating. Again, the narrative that we have lost kids, we should really, really contextualize it. Again, regionally, our population is down. When parents leave, they take their kids, right? So they've either moved out of state or they've jumped over one of our first ring, the borders into our first ring suburbs. But again, the fact that we had about 1,000-ish students on our rolls that we needed to find, we've knocked that down since about September to about 500. And so that is to celebrate. Some are back on our rolls and back in our schools. Some we have found have moved away. Or have, they're in other school districts or school, school entities, and we will find those other 500.
So I want to just say kudos. I mean, I think Ebony and Laura are doing a yeoman's job. They are doing some things that are innovative that I have not seen. And I think one of the things I'm hearing tonight is that attendance is really everybody's issue. So everybody has a little piece in, helping to make sure that our children are coming to school. And I think whenever you really start, scrubbing data and really trying to be as accurate as you can, there is the possibility that you reveal some gaps, but that's what helps us then go in and support and know what we have to do. So those Saturdays that you have those attendance teachers going out, never seen anything like that. And so I will be, anxious to see what the outcomes, are from those Saturdays that they're out, and training them, to go out. It's a little different when you go to someone's home during a work day than going on a Saturday when the whole family's there. Things are a little bit more relaxed. So, you have to train folks on how to engage with that. And, we did have a different kind of year with COVID, and, some kids were in isolation multiple times, and so that was very unfortunate. So I think, attendance is complex as it is, but this year it really became complex. But I think we've got the two ladies on the scene or on the job that are attuned to it and are leaving no stone unturned.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I just want to say this. I know that attendance is an issue across this country in many school districts, California namely. And so we're not, it's not unique to us. There's a hand in City Hall. I don't know who it is, but you have a floor. It is 9, it's actually 10 o'clock, and we need to wrap this up so we can go into, I think we're going to executive session. So go ahead, in the City Hall.
Thank you. I will be very brief. First of all, the city of Buffalo has increased in population, first time in a generation. So we've had a little uptick in population. So that's a good thing. I'll put my Buffalo booster hat on. Thank you very much for the surveys. I think these were outstanding because it lets us know why people aren't sending their kids or why they are sending their kids. That's really great. With that, though, I was kind of curious because the two questions that I would have liked to see added would have been, either vaccine refusal or vaccine, or whether or not a person was vaccinated as a condition as to whether or not they were sending their children there, because I know a lot of people didn't want to be vaccinated. And the other reason I heard often was the lack of a remote learning option. I know there were many families that wanted a remote learning option just because they had these health concerns, and because it wasn't an option for them because they didn't have a medical condition, that they kept their kids home as well. But I thought this was, honestly, I'm going to refer to this survey over and over as I'm making decisions going forward, because it really gives us a basis, particularly the why you're not sending your kids there. I mean, that's a nice response rate. I mean, it was good. I like this. The more type stuff that we can do like this, the better the board is, because then we can make informed decisions as opposed to trying to make a choice based on anecdote. This takes us out of anecdote and gives us some hard numbers, some survey results, some good things to help us guide our decisions as we go forward. So thank you very much. And that's all that I have.
Thank you.
President Petrucci, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, Chair Lee, I just wanted to say, board, that was a free response survey. So we didn't front load responses that they could choose from. If vaccination is not there, and it's tiny, but I don't see it there, to your point, President Petrucci, that means that of the parents who responded, that wasn't a response that they offered. So this truly was, we didn't give them a drop down of choices.
Okay.
They were able to put their own choice in.
That's even better to know. That's great. Thank you. That's even more impressive. That's really good. I like that. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Mm-hmm. And the response rate was very impressive. That was a good response rate considering. There's another hand, I believe it's board member Terrence Hurd.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bullock, and it was a great presentation. And also, I'd just like to ask one question pertaining to it. This question, Ms. Bullock. I look at the rates for attendance, and it looks like it's about 25%, as we spoke about, for African American for Hispanic and also Native American. 25% that doesn't attend. So my question is, how does this compare to pre? Do you have any data on that? What were we at before pre-COVID? So if we go back to 2018, 2019, and what's interjected now?
We actually do have that data. I don't have it in front of me right now, but we can make sure we get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Kids and education in school. Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Kathy.
All right, thank you. All right, so no other questions. I'll give the floor to Dr. Tanya Williams. Do you have any last minute comments? If not, this will conclude the student achievement session.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. I have no comments. I think it was very thorough. It was an excellent presentation. Thank you, ladies.
Okay. Yes. I see Nate is here. Nate, I'm going to pass the torch to you.
Yeah, I provided a script to board member or board president Petrucci to go into executive session, but at this point there are a number of cameras that are off. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. I can't see the folks in 807 City Hall. And, I'm concerned about having a quorum to go into executive session. So if there are any board members that are on that have their cameras off that would like to participate in executive session, please show yourselves.
Thank you, Nate. I have a different perspective. I see that we do have quorum here. I
do now. I see this. Yep. Larry and Jen just came on, so we do have.
And Terrence is here. Terrence is here as well. I see him. Looks like he's a little dark.
I can't see. Lou, is there a reason why your camera's not on?
I do not know. I changed. Terrence is actually in his car right now. But Terrence is there. I can see Terrence's smiling face, or at least the bottom half of his smiling face, because he's in his vehicle driving home.
Okay. Well, I think we're okay at this point. We have 5 that I see that I'm comfortable.
Okay. Well, that being said, may I have a motion?
Right now.
Okay. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the following purposes: to discuss the lease of real property, to discuss the potential discipline and dismissal of a specific district employee, to discuss a contract with a particular vendor, and to discuss collective negotiations with the Buffalo Teachers Federation. Do I have a motion? So moved by Jim McCosey. Do I hear a second? Second by Larry Scott. So at this point, we're going to go into executive session. Admir, I need you to restrict everybody except for our board members and Nate.
And to the extent I will be coming up to the boardroom, but I think we'll need David Hills can remain.
Okay.
And Dr. Carestis, I think he was in the building. I'm not sure anymore if he's going to do it virtually or come up to the boardroom, but he will need to remain.
What about Superintendent
Williams?
Williams?
Yes, and of course, yeah, Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Dr. Caressi's on the 8th floor.
Gotcha.
I'm actually in my office, Nate.
Okay. Are you going to do it virtual? So
yeah,
just
I'll stay in my office.
Okay.
All right. So we need Darlene and Tamika. I don't think we need either.
All right. I will be up momentarily. Can anybody else see the boardroom, or is it just my computer that I can't see in there?
We cannot see it.
The camera's off.
Can't see it.
Admir, can we get that fixed if I come up there so we can see in the boardroom?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay, cool. Be right up.
Okay.
I'm removing
Blue, red. Oh.
They got coffee up there, Lou, in the boardroom?
We do, Paulette, but I've had quite a few cups, so I'm trying to not drink anymore.
Oh, send me one through the phone.
If I could, I would, Paulette. Do you want to grab the door, please, Nate?
Yeah. Just a second, guys. I cannot remove N-bound Shelly for some reason. I mean, it's just, I removed it 3 times, and she's still, let me see if you guys see her on your end.
I don't see her on my end.
Yeah, well, in there.
Let me see if she's on
Yeah.
participants.
Maybe just yeah.
No, she's on.
She's not in there, right? Okay,
No,
so
she's
yeah,
not in
they
there.
must have.
Okay.
I will.
Mind if I sit here?
the way
No,
the room
please,
is
you
on.
can stay there. I just didn't. Oh, no, I'm fine. No, we're so used to being distanced.
If anybody gets kicked out, just let me know.
We will let you know.
You guys are good.
Okay, I think we have everyone. I do want to see everybody, though.
Admir, I'm hearing that the live stream is on.
Yep. I got it. Okay, thank you. Your list. Just let me know when we're ready.
Yeah,
You said the live stream was on? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream.